esteemed Chair of the Board of Trustees, Honorable Rector, Vice Rectors, academic, administrative staff, and students of our university. Dear guests, good afternoon and good evening. Welcome to the 2025 Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference. This year's main theme is industrial policy, trade wars, and economic development in the era of technological, geopolitical, and environmental change. I would like to cede the floor to the Director of OSTİM Technical University, Professor Dr. Murat Yülek, to deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. I am so happy and honored to be inaugurating CEPIP 2025. This year we have, as before, a wealth of speakers from almost all continents and a lot of countries, from Japan to the United States, to Argentina, to Italy and Switzerland, and of course Turkey and many others. And we have over 70 scientific papers submitted in the parallel sessions, which I think will be all online. And I hope that this year's CEPIP conference organization will be even more successful than the previous years. CEPIP 2025 is organized by University of Nevada, Reno. So I would like to thank this excellent university for hosting the event this year. And especially the Özmen Center and its director, Dr. Serkan Tosun, for giving all the support and organizing this event this year. And part of the organization and speakers will be either in Turkey or in their respective countries in the coming hours and tomorrow. So all in all, I would like to keep my opening comments very short. I wish all the success in this year's Food for Thought organization in University of Nevada. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank our rector for his speech. Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce our dean from the University of Nevada, Reno College of Business, Dr. Gregory Mosher. It's now my pleasure to introduce our dean, Dr. Gregory.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to see everybody here today. And I want to add my welcome to the Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference that we're hosting both at the University of Nevada and online with our partner institutions in Turkey and people from around the world. It's a great time to be able to present to you today, and I look forward to the speakers and the various sessions that we have in plans for this conference. It's a critical time as we're trying to address the world's problems that seem to be going on, where we can bring contemporary tools to support economic development and national competitiveness. So it's an opportunity to hear from experts in their fields about how we can build sustainable economies with things like trade wars, tariffs, and all kinds of geopolitical issues that are confronting the world today. But we, of course, all believe that we can come together in the spirit of business, and we can make the world a different place because of the engagements that we can have. On behalf of the College of Business and our Osmond Center for Entrepreneurship, and in collaboration with the EL Cord International Center, we're excited to have everybody here and look forward to today's presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Mosher, for joining us this morning. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Mehmet Tosin. He is the Chief International Officer of the University of Nevada, Reno, and he's also our director at the Osmond Center for Entrepreneurship, which is putting on most of the speakers this afternoon from Nevada. Welcome, Dr. Tosin.
Thank you, Rachel. And I'd like to say hi, though we're not seeing them. I'd like to say hi to all that are attending here, and also like those that are
focusing on
watching us.
it was focused on the face. It was a little bit lower. So
Turkey, of course, as you know,
if you're gonna talk, just stay away from the camera.
Though, like, it's been a long time since I lived there, so I grew up in that city, and I still, of course, like a few a great connection to the city. It's a great place, like maybe not as flashy as Istanbul, but like still a great capital city out there. So I also don't want to take a long time. That we should celebrate, and this is a celebration of international partnership for sure, and also doing a program in this hybrid form, that is happening in two different parts of the world, right? So like you're technically in Asia right now, and we're in the American continent, and what a great way to connect to very distant places at once, and do this live streaming. And I want to say just a few words about partnership. So I should kind of like go back to the pandemic, although you probably don't want me to. Right after, pandemic was not, of course, a great time for internationalization, right? So it was a really tough time in terms of like doing exchanges, doing anything international was almost impossible. So after that, all universities, including our university, starting putting together programs to increase our international reach, right? So do global engagement as much as possible. As part of that, at the time, I had a role in, strictly in the College of Business as the international director over there, and but of course, the vision from our university, including the dean of our College of Business, we were starting to expand on the partnership, bring back some of the old relations, but then expand on the partnership. And as part of that, I started traveling more, and it was great to, of course, travel to new places. And we realized that we actually didn't have any partner in Ankara at all, and being the capital city of this very important country that is at the crossroads between Asia and Europe. Well, that was actually surprising. So I'm actually proud to say that as soon as we started our discussions with Austin Technical University, something really clicked, and I basically said that we have to do a partnership agreement. And I'd like to recognize in terms of that the president of the university, or rector, Professor Murat Yürek, he had this big vision similar to the vision from our university division. And we eventually signed a partnership agreement in 2023. So, but of course, after that, it's easy to sign these agreements, what to do afterwards. So we still have a lot more to basically to do, definitely room to grow in terms of this partnership, but we've already done a few things, and this conference is really at least for now the peak of that partnership, because for the first time we are doing a simultaneous and live streaming of a conference between our universities in two different places. But we also work together on a few other areas, including this international startup school that some of you are familiar with. We've done that 3 times now, and OSTİM Technical University was actually a part of that international startup school. So we have done definitely things around entrepreneurship. So I like to recognize our center under the College of Business, the Osmo Center, for entrepreneurship. That was, of course, very active in the partnership so far, but we have to do a lot more. So like I want to really leave with this, that we have to do a lot more and very soon, because on one side it is getting difficult to do things internationally because of restrictions happening around the world. But at the same time, we need to keep connections. We need to maintain peace, right? So with the academic cooperation, we are considered diplomats academically, and we need to keep working on some new programs, and we're definitely going to be working with OSTİM Technique in the future as well. So with that one, I'd like to turn it over back to Rachel, who will introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Tosin, for your insightful comments. At this point, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge our distinguished guests joining us today, esteemed members of academia, representatives from industry, and valued partners of both universities. Thank you for everyone who is up early in Reno and everyone who is staying up late in Ankara. Now we will be switching over to our partners for a brief address, followed by our keynote speaker here at Nevada.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to see everybody here today. And I want to add my welcome to the Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference that we're hosting both at the University of Nevada and online with our partners in Turkey and people from around the world. It's a great time to be able to present to you today. I look forward to the speakers and the various sessions that we have in plans for this conference. It's a critical time as we're trying to address the world's problems and various sessions that we have in plans for this conference. And various sessions that we have in plans for this conference.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. Now, without further ado, let's welcome our invited speaker, Ms. Allison Cliff Jennings, the Chief Executive Officer of Infinidec USA. Allison brings 20 years of executive experience as CEO and CTO across startup and emerging technology sectors. She co-founded and led a non-financial blockchain startup that raised $23 million in venture capital. We're inviting her today to give a brief presentation to our guests, followed by questions and answers. So we'll have plenty of time for discussion. Welcome, Ms. Cliff Jennings.
Thank you.
Here's the clicker.
It's so good to be here. Thank you for the kind introduction, and thanks for all of you coming by to see this. Yes, I've been in startups a long time, longer than I probably want to admit sometimes. But really what I want to talk about today is really how to think differently, perhaps, around when you start a startup and what you're trying to achieve when you're doing entrepreneurism, or whether I'm in tech typically, but regardless of what vertical you're in, it matters a lot to actually think a little bit differently about how you approach global problems. Oops. Try to get it kind of lined up there. There I am. Thanks. A little short intro about myself. Yes, I am the CEO of Infinidec. That is a company. We have office here in NCAR. We also have an R&D group in Central California. We build an omnidirectional treadmill for VR, for high consequence training environments. So if you've seen the movie Ready Player One, that is our unit on the floor. Spielberg's group bought 3 of them from us to put them in the movie because they're cool, and also it fit really well with the storyline. But more importantly, the amount of technology that goes into that to track a human user, their gait movement in real time, and move the treadmill in response to how a human moves, so that the human doesn't believe anymore that they're actually not in their VR experience, and they can walk around in the VR experience, unlocks all sorts of really interesting use cases and training environments that would be very dangerous or expensive to do otherwise. Previous to that, I was the CEO of Filament and founded that company. That was a cryptographic hardware company focused on securing the automotive industry. That's the one where I raised venture capital money and did that whole thing. Before that, a mesh networking startup called Pinocchio. And then back when I was 19, I started a company called Loopshot while I was still attending computer science here at UNR for that undergrad degree, where we build custom software. So I've been doing this my entire career. In fact, before I started my career, I've been doing startups. Some of them were focused on bootstrapping and just working in a home, spare bedroom, designing circuit boards, writing software. Other ones were deploying devices to Ford Motor Company and Daimler Trucks up in Portland. But across the board, things worked and things didn't work. And I want to share this with you today. So how do you solve global problems? How do you take on the biggest problems in your vertical in a local fashion? Like, how do you do it locally? And why should you do it locally? And why might that actually be a benefit? What we find is there's really 3 problems that, as I was thinking about this talk, there's 3 problems that really came up in my mind that hinder startup growth. And often it's because we get too excited too fast about our idea. If any of you have started a company or you're currently in a startup or founded a startup, you'll likely get that source of, that epiphany where you want to just conquer the world. You're thinking already ahead of a particular product or service that you're going to offer, and you find that you want to figure out how you're going to deploy in Europe, how are you going to solve regulatory compliance issues, how are you going to actually get there? And that becomes intoxicating in a way, but it's a dangerous step to go that route. So one of the first problems that we see here is deciding to compete globally at the start. Like it's actually very dangerous to try to think globally first. Even though you want to eventually get there, And might seem like common knowledge to not think that, but it's dangerous because you'll want to, because you're thinking big already, and you actually want to get there fast. And so that's the first mistake that is commonly made. Another one is assuming that federal grants are the only way to fund. They are not the only way to fund, they are a way to fund. Especially now, it's kind of a weird way to fund, or unusual, challenging, I'll say. But there's also venture, private money. There's also small angel money. There's even funding yourself, which I think is underutilized today. And we'll get more into that with the examples. And then the last one here is attempting to solve problems without considering the local wisdom around your neighborhood, your community, your university, your city, and your state, even your country at some point. But the more local, the better, in what we'll see in a little bit. So let's take a look at the first one. This is competing globally at the start. This aircraft you see here is from a company called Hart Aerospace. They created a hybrid power plant engine, both electric and fuel, that is set out to solve the problem of declining economics of jet engines on small regional aircraft. It might seem maybe obvious to those of you who are in aerospace, but maybe not for those who aren't. It's actually really difficult to make an economically viable business case out of very short flights if you have jet engines on your aircraft, because there's an incredible amount of regulatory compliance every time you take off and land, and the shorter amount of time that you're in the air, the more cost fundamentally it takes to actually run that aircraft. So one of the benefits that this company had is that they were actually based out of Sweden, and it just so happens that Sweden is part of Europe, and Europe has a ton of regional flight requirements, or opportunities, I'll say, because they felt this pain all the time and had to deal with understanding how beneficial it would be to be able to take an hour or less flight to various places within Europe. They all of a sudden saw a whole opportunity open up because they were not trying to think globally. They were not going up against Boeing, they were not going up against Airbus. They were trying very much to say, how can I solve this kind of niche problem, one that I live every day in my community, one that I live every day living in Sweden. And they do have now, obviously, an office in El Segundo in America, but they are also, really setting out to get a compliance and get regulatory approval within Europe to win that market first. So the takeaway here really is solve the local problems first. You live them every day if you live there, and you'll understand them better. It's actually an unfair advantage to know the problems well because you actually exist in them. And also, you'll actually have other people who understand that problem as well, rather than trying to pitch a problem that they don't really get, which is incredibly difficult. The next problem here is assuming federal grants are required. This here is a company that is called Enhanced Radar. They built a better, safer air traffic control system using existing software and AI models. What's interesting about this is that they take transponder data from aircraft called ADS-B data, and they take voice data from air traffic control and a bunch of other sensors, and they fuse them together to give a holistic software view to air traffic control, which, as we know today, with the government shutdown in the United States, it's a very important thing to try to give as much capability to furloughed or unpaid air traffic control individuals today. Now, what's interesting about this is they used existing software and AI models to build this. There are two people in their company. There's a CEO and CTO. They also are the janitor, they're also the fundraiser, they're also everything else. They're a tiny startup. But they actually tackle this huge problem, won a Y Combinator investment because they realized they can take a lot of these existing systems and build something completely new because they're looking at it from an orthogonal way. Many of the biggest wins happen early because they leverage these new ways to solve these existing problems, and they're leveraging existing data that's already available. So no, you can do things very, very cheaply is the moral here. And so start by building the simplest solutions first. This is a common adage in startups. You'll hear minimum viable product, you'll hear product market fit, lean startup. All of these really kind of hover around this concept, but it's important to reiterate because sometimes we forget that we can use powerful software that exists today to actually solve entirely new problems, very inexpensively. And the last one, my favorite one, is ignoring local wisdom. So for some of you in this room who, like myself, were alive when this flight happened, this airplane is really important to my background. I really have a fond memory of remembering when this happened. This is a aircraft that was built by Burt Rutan, called Rutan Aerospace. For those who aren't familiar, this is an aircraft that flew in the mid-'80s. That was the first aircraft to fly solo nonstop around the world, unfueled, without refueling. So this was a very, very long flight, very difficult thing to build. This was built in Mojave, California, near Los Angeles, but in the desert, obviously. This was built by volunteers. This was not even a paid project, largely. It was sponsored and whatnot, but it really was a labor of love. Burt Rutan later founded Scale Composites, which was later bought by Lockheed Martin, and I'm sure many people in aerospace understand this history, but this was a labor of love for that group. Some anecdotal pieces to show you just how difficult this engineering process was and why he needed the best people was the airframe alone was made out of fiberglass and carbon and Kevlar. It weighed 930 pounds, the actual aircraft. When they put the engines in it, it weighed something like 2,000 pounds. But when they put the fuel in it, it weighed almost 10,000 pounds. So it is basically a flying fuel tank. Now, with things like, you know, composites that flex and whatnot, there's a lot of consideration around making sure that this thing can fly for, I forget how many hours it was, but basically many, many days around the world. When it took off, it needed the largest runway in the country, Edwards Air Force Base. And when it took off, the wings sagged so much that they dragged along the tarmac and ripped off those little winglets. So when it got into the air after 2 miles of a run, it was missing its winglets because it was so on edge. But there were flights next to it to make sure everything was okay, and they continued on and ended up breaking the record, or setting the record, really. So what does the story mean about local wisdom? Well, Burt Rutan took advantage of the rich aerospace knowledge in the Mojave, California region. This is, you know, not too far from Jet Propulsion Laboratory, from Caltech in Pasadena. Incredible amount of aerospace knowledge in the Southern California region. My grandfather on my dad's side left Illinois with his family and went to work for Rocketdyne in the 60s and started building rocket engines when he was doing locomotive engines before. So there's a lot of history in my own family of seeing how this can really, when you go to a place where there's local wisdom and people get there, there's a lot of benefits. That's why we see such benefit with Silicon Valley today. Same concept. So this group had an ideal airport and a test range in their backyard, right? Like, we kind of have this benefit too in Nevada. I'm not sure about Ankara, but when you have benefits and you have aspects like a huge amount of space, or you have ideal airports, take advantage of them, take advantage of the local wisdom, and you can actually then achieve things that you wouldn't have achieved otherwise. It wouldn't make sense for Burt Rutan to build a regional aircraft company because he doesn't feel the pain in Mojave. There's lots of space out there. So yeah, the takeaway here is tapping into the smartest people in your region. I think we sometimes forget that, especially in Reno here in the United States. We find that Reno is a medium-sized town, and we have a wonderful university, my alma mater. But I am also, it's easy for us to sometimes think we have to go somewhere else to build a startup, or we have to go somewhere else, or that the wisdom or the skill isn't here. And I'm challenging that because I think there are a lot of people who would be able to help who we just don't tap into and actually reach out to and network with. And as an introvert engineer, I also don't like networking personally, but it's really important because, you know, when you can find the right group of people, you start to realize that there's a lot more local talent than you thought. It's why we actually opened up an office here in NCAR because of that very reason. We want to tap into what computer science and engineering is doing with computer vision because that's really important for us, right? Our work today with Infinitec requires extensive state-of-the-art computer vision work and AI work. And so we want to tap into that because we want to go where the actual talent is in our own neighborhood. So the takeaway here really is local first systems are more resilient. We know this from the internet itself. The internet was designed as a resilient local first system to route around damage in case of a nuclear attack, as ARPANET in the 60s. We now benefit from having a very diverse global network, and companies can work the same way. They become more resilient. When you're more resilient, you're more successful. And with that, I want to thank you so much for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Allison, for your insightful talk on both entrepreneurship and aerospace technology. We We'd like to take some questions from the audience, and I've also prepared a few questions as the moderator.
Shall we sit down?
Sure. And we have this great conference camera from our Knowledge Center that is supposed to follow the sound of whoever's speaking in the picture. Something I was really interested in from your website is that your product Infinidec has 23 applications just on the website. And I think students probably have seen old movies where there's guys in a boardroom trying to think of a new use for this product. Is that actually what you do, or are a lot of your applications coming from clients?
That's a great question. You know, with Infinidec specifically, we had, in full disclosure, I did not found Infinidec. I came in there afterwards, after it started. There is a wonderful founder who's still there. His name is George Berger. He is literally one of the first people I've ever met that is, I think, officially a mad scientist. He's brilliant. He invented all sorts of different composites. He ended up building, he designed baseball bats for Louisville Slugger prior to this company that kept winning awards and breaking records so much that his bats were getting banned from NCAA. So he's just this really interesting individual, and he was watching his son play Call of Duty one day and thought, why can't he be in it and moving around instead of being a couch potato? So Infinidec was started out of that, and so I came in later to try to help them focus. And so yes, there's a ton of different applications in there. True to this talk that I just gave, I'm trying hard now to work with the company to focus down on just a few core pieces. And I think the real kind of takeaway from when you have a product like Infinidec that can be applied to leisure or gaming or fitness or healthcare rehabilitation or defense training or industrial training, how do you choose which one to go after? Well, I would go back to some of these core tenets. I would go to the ones you know best or the ones that you're closest to. It turns out that the company has a lot of inroads already with defense and another huge set of inroads with industrial. So Dow Chemical, for instance, who needs to train new people to learn what happens when there's a pipe burst in a chemical plant that's toxic. You don't actually want to burst the pipe in a plant to train people, but you do want them to have the actual capabilities. And so what we distilled down from digging through this, we did have a deep session to your point about having to figure out how do we choose these. It turns out that we discovered that any training that's dangerous, impossible, counterproductive, or it's expensive. So these are high consequence training environments. Were fair game for us, but training only. In fact, so much so that we had our largest customer was a healthcare rehabilitation company. We actually licensed our technology to them to not build for them anymore, to say no, essentially. We're getting revenue from our IP, but we're not actually servicing them anymore. That's the kind of discipline that I think it takes to really decide. So less deciding what vertical to go after, and more of like what problem should we solve. For us, it's going to be high consequence training. If what you need is high consequence training, we're good for it. If not, maybe later, maybe never. So I don't know if that helps or not, but focus matters a lot even in established companies.
Thank you. What was it like to partner with NASA, and what does it take to get there as a startup? Were you part of a competition, or have you been bidding on contracts? I think that's really the most exciting for anyone in aerospace.
Yeah, NASA is kind of the big one in the room for sure. For us, the company had been doing a lot of work with different industries and connections for years before I got there. So again, credit where credit's due. We have an amazing sales team and a sales lead there who really has done a lot of work. But with NASA specifically, they're using Infinidec for, as they've described to us, we take their word for building and designing next generation spacesuits for let's call it ground type walking. So Mars, Moon, things like that, not spacewalks or things like this. And so because of that, there's a lot that goes into obviously the kinesthetics, the motions of your body as you walk around. And so they wanted to be able to train using our platform. What's cool about our platform that people sometimes forget is that unlike a normal treadmill, when you walk when you're at the gym and it starts running, you try to keep up, this is responsive, so it stops when you stop. If you take the first step forward, it starts moving the opposite direction. And the faster you walk, the faster it goes. And if you turn directions while you're walking, it will shift, it's omnidirectional. And so what we can do is we can actually have people wear very interesting suits. NASA can have them wear very interesting suits and have them walk 1 mile. But they don't actually walk 1 mile here, they walk 1 mile on a treadmill. So you can start to see, is there abrasion happening on certain parts of this? How is that going? So I describe all this to show the use case for them. In that case, it's a very expensive way to train otherwise. You have to actually test on Mars. How we got that contract is that there's nothing glamorous about it. You go through the process of initially bidding for it, but also trying to establish relationships within it. Anyone who's worked in defense or anyone who's worked with military or governmental knows that you have to have someone you know there. It's unfortunate in the United States, that's the way it works in many cases. So Phil and some of the rest of our team had contacts with NASA already through VR work that we've done before. So that is the unfortunate truth about a lot of these. However, if you don't have that connection, you can find ways in still, I believe. Might be a little slower, take a little longer, but fundamentally, if you have unique technology that can solve a real problem, then you will be able to find the right people, even if you go to conferences where, we went to a conference in June, we're going to another one in December, where people just walk up and they're wearing, normal clothes, but it turns out that they are very high up in a particular agency. Sometimes, like this one we're going to in December is a military one, so when they walk up, they're wearing lots of metal on their lapels. They're high up in their rank, and they want to talk about how this can solve real problems. And so just showing up is half of it. But there is no silver bullet on the NASA thing. We were lucky. Unfortunately, right now, a lot of our customers are buying them 1s and 2s to test. And so we're now trying to figure out how to make an entire training platform where they can buy 20 or 30. That's a different problem to solve. But yeah, NASA, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force as well for aircraft maintenance. An interesting anecdote, and this is kind of maybe something that will align with people in the audience. It's important to remember what your unique value proposition is. This is a very common thing. You start with your UVP or unique selling proposition, another term. For us, it's really being able to have people walk in a unique, in a standard environment, in a standard way, seamlessly, and train for that. We've learned from research at our company that when you move while you learn, you retain it much more, up to 75% more. It's why you often know where you were location-wise when something bad has happened, like 9/11 or JFK or whatnot. We have some inherent built-in brain evolution that locks in location with learning. And so we are taking advantage of that so that people can retain knowledge better and faster when they learn something by moving while they do it, which seems kind of silly, but it works weirdly. And we've had a Cleveland Clinic and some others do some papers, some work to actually prove this out, which is really exciting for us. So when we can go then to the military or NASA and say, you can spend less time training because you're learning and you're retaining better by moving while you learn, there's a huge unfair advantage that no one else can do. Like you could just wear a VR headset and walk around moving a joystick, and you're not going to get the same retention because you're not moving your body. You're not locomotion in the middle of it. So we leverage that. So keep that in mind when you go to reach out to someone like NASA. Have your unique value prop in mind. So you can say, we're the only game in town to do this. And then hopefully that will start to build some traction.
Thank you. I think what I'm getting from this is that it's not just doing the checklist and having your clearance and having your contracting number and having your specifications, but you really need to go out there and meet people at conferences and build relationships to start bidding on these things. And of course, knowing what value you offer the whole time.
You need the certifications also, but they aren't enough.
They're not enough.
They're necessary, but not sufficient.
Okay. I know this might be a little harder for an engineer, but I'd also like to ask you a little bit about your experience as an entrepreneur. We have an international audience, and I know in some countries there are some barriers to being allowed to be a serial entrepreneur. and move from one venture to another. So I'm wondering, how that experience helped or informed you in joining a new startup.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's sometimes I forget that not every environment, not every community or regulatory environment supports serial entrepreneurism. In the United States, we have a benefit that it does. For better or worse, we get wonderful things, but we get huge burnouts too, huge, crashes and failures. That's part of startups, right? That's part of entrepreneurism. I think had I started in a company like Infinitec when I was, just out of college and actually working in the government or deep industrial space, I'm not sure I would have had the entrepreneurial mindset that I have, because I would have been introduced to the entire world of tech through this rigorous framework that was very immutable, right? Very stuck. But because I started first as my own tiny company, just writing software for others, and later starting to work with others, and then founding my own products, I think that it let me have permission to fail, first of all. It let me have permission to try something that may or may not work. It's dangerous to get into entrepreneurism and assume that you're going to have success. What you should reach for is constantly striving to build the best thing possible and constantly adjusting and realigning to maximize success, right? This is a probability game. For those of you that understand AI, it's a probabilistic model that's trying to optimize a curve. You're trying to maximize the chance with no guarantees. So you constantly change what you need to change to maximize that chance. And if you can maximize it, then statistically speaking, it'll land eventually. And so if you miss the first one, or you're off, or the market changes, and there's lots of things that can go outside of your control that can preclude you from actually succeeding. Regulatory changes, tariffs, right? These sorts of things we don't have control over individually, but they can very much affect our ability to succeed. And so sometimes that's just what happens, but you do have control over a lot of things. And if you can actually do those, even if you're inside a very regulated environment, there are often small groups within them, R&D teams, things like that give you more latitude to really explore and try out things that can fail. And I really, I don't want to idealize or glamorize the 60s necessarily, and the 70s, but early space race days was very much, if you've read about skunkworks, or you've read about, even very, controversial concepts like the Manhattan Project. Like, these were people trying very hard to solve very hard problems with very little resources. And there's something very crystallizing and focusing about being able to do that. Constraints, we find, often lead to great breakthroughs because you don't have all of the money, you don't have all of the resources available, so it forces you to focus, which gets back to this whole thing. So even in a large environment, large government agency, for instance, I believe there are ways to leverage that without having to be in a Manhattan Project type project, by finding ways to try things and fail quickly without a lot of cost. Even if you have to do it somewhat, quietly on your own, you still actually make a lot of headway, I think. But it is more fun to be in the private sector, I think, fundamentally, even if your customers are in that space, because you really can take bigger bets, take bigger risks.
You mentioned being part of the NCAR space and using their computing resources. When you were starting up, were you part of any accelerator or incubator programs for startups?
Yeah, good question. So with Infinitec, no. When I joined, we were not part of any of that. In previous companies, I have been through different accelerator programs, and I'm generally a fan of them. With Infinitec, I had gone through the TechStars program. We went through that program in New York, and then 2015, I believe, was the year. Excuse me. And then I was with another company for a short amount of time where they were at TechStars as well, so I joined them as that three-month program, and that was in 2011. So I've been involved in those, and I think that they're really critical. They're really important for people who haven't been in a startup before, don't understand some of these core tenets that really can make or break. And so I'm a big fan of them. I think TechStars is a great one. They have a really good model. Of course, Y Combinator is the most popular. There are a lot of other ones. Unfortunately, there are some accelerators and incubators that take advantage of startups and take advantage of founders. I'm not a big proponent of needing to pay money to join an accelerator. I think that misaligns incentives out of the gate, which the whole goal is to align incentives, as any person in sales would understand. it's really, really critical to try to find the right type of accelerator. So, there's lots of information about which ones are good. I'm always happy to share with entrepreneurs. If you ask some questions about a particular one, I'll tell you freely and openly, privately, how I feel about them. And mine is just my own opinion. There might be a lot of great ones that you pay for that are actually really good. I've never experienced those myself personally. Doesn't mean that they don't exist. So yeah, I think that they're huge and hugely beneficial. The networking piece they give you is super critical too. Being someone who's born and raised in Reno, born in Sparks, raised in Reno, and still live here, I really needed that network, which seems kind of antithesis of what I talked about earlier about local, but you do still want to be connected globally. And this is the international group here, and so you'll understand this better than most, but you really do need to be connected globally. Just don't ignore your local resources, your local community, and what they can offer to help you achieve those goals. So yeah, without that, I wouldn't have had the network that I have now, and I probably wouldn't be able to achieve fundraising, things like that, in the ways that I did without the help of an accelerator. So I really do. I'm a big proponent of them. So if you're able to get in, I would very much say so. You should try. Plus, the funding is pretty good these days. I think you'll get $200,000 to $400,000 as investment money for a reasonably small amount of your company. And sometimes that's all the money you need. Like, two of those companies that I showed today are Y Combinator companies, right? So you've got, Emergent, Radar, I think they're called, who are two people, and so they're able to fund themselves for how many years, right? And keep their burn low. They take $200,000 or $300,000. They'll be able to show some real progress without having to spend all the time fundraising instead of building the product.
At the Osmond Center for Entrepreneurship, we're able to offer a lot of different types of programs for startups that are part of the university, so we don't really have that conflict of interest that you were talking about in advising our students. Something that I've seen in the literature on entrepreneurship education is that consistently mentoring comes out as one of the most successful types of education for entrepreneurs. I was wondering if you could speak a minute about your experience with mentoring, and maybe if you still participate in it now that you have so much experience.
I'm glad you bring that up. Mentoring is under discussed, and I feel like it's such an important piece. And I would fully agree. Mentoring aligns really well with how I would imagine most entrepreneurs think. Right? They want to get in and do and solve and tackle problems, but also there's a collaboration that's beneficial in that. Mentoring feels like a good model to convey knowledge and wisdom across experience levels without coming around or without feeling either condescending or dictatorial, right? Because entrepreneurs by nature can be very self-driven. That's kind of the nature of the beast. When I was, the first company I worked for that wasn't my own company, this was after Loop Shop, this was in between. I worked for a company down in Pasadena, and the woman who founded it, named Louise Wanier, just this brilliant individual, Caltech astrophysicist, just super smart, but wanted to really tackle something that was not in her study space. But she understood science and math, obviously, very, very well. And so she was tackling what might seem kind of silly today, but it's actually a very, very big entrepreneurial or economic problem. It's a huge opportunity, I should say, around in the apparel industry of women's clothing sizes, which again sounds like you're an astrophysicist and we're tackling clothing sizes, but the way in which she approached it was so brilliant to my mind that there was an entire matching algorithm that I co-developed with her. And she was the first person I'd ever worked with that really mentored me in a way that I understood how to make good choices, how to take risks as well. I ended up taking on the role of senior architect of that company, really helping to build out the whole thing, as well as the e-commerce portion, which may not seem as exciting, but that's where the money comes from. And so this was before the days of Shopify, et cetera. We had to build our own back then. An interesting thing happened. I'll never forget this. In fact, I remember this now as I am CEO and helping to lead other companies or teams within our company. I had made a change to the database one day because we were having some sale or something, and I had accidentally set all of the prices to like 90% off on the live production database. After going through what you're supposed to go through, which is test and check and make sure you get double checks. I did not do that, and 10 minutes later, phones are blowing up, and everyone's like, "What's going on?" Right? And it was all me. I made the full mistake. I went back and fixed it quickly, but inevitably, let's go have a chat in the office, right, with her, the CEO. And so I sat down with her and explained what happened. And I'll never forget what she said. She said, "This is not good. I think we understand why it happened. Let's do two things. One, let's put into place to make sure it never happens again. And you come up with a plan and bring it to me. And then that's what we're going to go with from now on. And the second thing is, don't let this beat you up. Like it's a mistake. Say it's a mistake and move on. Don't live in it and whatnot." And I never forgot about that. She gave me permission to fail, or to mess up, or to goof up, and to have potentially lose money for the company. But after that, I realized we could take bigger risks, and we ended up getting that out and patented, and we had a bunch of great benefits because of that company, because she set the tone for the whole company. So I try to do that the best I can now as I mentor others. I mentor other startups also, of course, lead the team we have and trying to focus them in the right direction. But it's challenging because you can go too far on the let's try, fun things and then not actually get the product done. So there's a balance, but that's something that's stuck with me forever. And I feel like good mentors, as many of you might know, will leave their mark in a positive way.
Thank you. I think that's a really insightful story for the students, especially. It's hard to be a perfectionist in entrepreneurship. You have to just keep trying. Speaking of trying, we're here at our first hybrid multi-site conference with OSTİM Technic University, and later we'll also have a speaker joining from Pakistan and a speaker joining from Cal State East Bay. So I was wondering, I know you talked about really looking for those applications for Infinidac where you can save a lot of money on training simulations. So you're really offering the most value for the customers. But in 20 years or 25 years or however many, do you see this as being something like Zoom, where we might go in the Infinidac corner in our office and go have a conference together with our friends around the world without switching back and forth between our YouTube broadcasts?
Yeah, I think it's really possible. Excuse me. There's George, our founder, had written this vision statement way back in the day, and he had described some things that I find really compelling still. Again, this is very future-oriented. We've talked before but some really big benefits of something like Infinidac is that if you want to go, we've actually seen some workings of this for hospice homes or retirement homes, even where people are finding themselves because of age more immobile. There's a huge benefit of even being able to get on Infinidac and walk, let's say, 50 steps over the course of, let's say, 15 minutes. But being in an environment with someone else, especially someone you know, whether or not they're actually physically there or not, there's this multi-user capability where you can walk with someone through Venice, right? Even though you're in wherever, so any city or wherever, you can go and be somewhere co-located virtually. And with some of the other benefits that are happening within VR right now, there's a lot of interesting things out of Meta, obviously, because they focused heavily for a long time on VR, although AI is stuck in the air right now. VR is still important, and there's a lot of work being done there. They released a recent product that, with a quick walk around an area, it will automatically scan and create a virtual version of that. It's pretty good using the Gaussian splat and some other really interesting rendering capabilities. But fundamentally what that means is that it's very easy to replicate existing spaces, much easier than camera rendering or modeling in 3D, which takes forever. When we start getting all these assets in, it'll be easy to be like, I want to go walk around Pennington Center, but I've never been to that before. So I think not just Zoom, but I think being able to be with people that you can visit, be with and go do things. Right? We're always talking about let's talk, right? Phone and telephones have been ubiquitous for half a century. But someday you'll probably be able to say, let's go do something, let's go do whatever. Now it could be a game here and that, but it could also just be, let's go to Central Park, let's go to Hyde Park, let's go, whatever park you want to globally. That becomes really interesting. And then of course you can also time change. You want to say, let's go back in time. If you've got models of whatever, you're able to start to experience that and do that as well. So I think, we're driving hard on trying to bring the fifth sense, the touch, the movement, if you will, to VR rather than sight, sounds, and of course smells, another one. But, sight takes on so much, sight and sound to some degree, that movement really, I think, opens up so many more opportunities. Hopefully we're not just doing Zoom with Infinite Deck at that point. Hopefully we won't need to do Zoom. We can actually just go to have a meeting together, and maybe we're staying up and walking, maybe we're not, maybe we have the meeting while we walk. I used to do that with some of my engineers at Philadelphia. We could walk while we had our meetings. And it was great because, literally I didn't realize at the time that we were learning and retaining better by just talking and figuring out our problems while we walked around down the river, So I think that that's where you're going towards. Healthcare rehabilitation is a huge one. There's a company in Italy who we've licensed this technology to, who helps stroke patients learn how to walk again, right? And so for them, they need to help people learn literally how to walk again. And they wear a harness and they can actually lift hydraulically the body itself while they walk, to say, okay, we're going to put you at 10% of your normal weight. And maybe you start to learn how to use their legs again. Because remember, I had knee surgery once, and it was described to me that you've got nerve triggers in here that flex your muscles when you stand. And if you don't use your legs for a while, they stop working, right? Anyone who has had surgery likely understands this phenomenon. They need to teach the body how to do this again. And so having a technology like that lets them have 20 or 30 people in an area, and they can control each of them uniquely rather than trying to hold them while they're on a treadmill. So there's lots of things I hope that technology like Infinite can bring to quality of life, really, more than anything. It's interesting to think about training, and yes, defense is a popular one, but quality of life at the end of the day is a huge undersold capability that I hope that we can make a small difference.
Yeah, I love the idea of a walking meeting, and you don't have to be stuck at the desk.
Oh yeah, get outside.
A last question from me. What we have at the Osmond Center, League for Entrepreneurship, we have 2 big events in the spring. We have our Sontag Entrepreneurship Competition. We also have our International Women's Entrepreneurship Symposium. I wonder if, we're still seeing that the rates of women entering entrepreneurship and starting their own companies, even as part of a team, are much lower than for men. I'm wondering if you have thoughts about that, or what your experience has been.
Yes, it is too low, I think, and one of the biggest concerns around this is that, without getting deep into it, I think obviously there's lots of research that's been done. I think that I've read things that seems to nod towards this direction that when you have systemic situations and environments, systemic, how do I call it? Trying to think of the right word. When there's systemic failures, basically, within certain groups of people or environments that inadvertently favor certain groups over others, regardless of what that is, whether that's gender, whether that's race, whether that's religion, whatever. When there are even the best intentions, inadvertent ones, then it rolls into real results like, why aren't there more X in this group, right? Why aren't there more this person? And so really, I think it goes back to those principles of like, let's address this, like let's talk about this, right? This is probably the cause. I'm an engineer, so I'm looking for causes. I want proof, I want data, you know? And so to me, the data doesn't lie as long as you're being honest with how you get it and how you portray it. And, you know, as good engineers, as good researchers, you want other people to validate and verify that. But fundamentally, it's a solvable problem if you want it. And I think, you know, my own experience, I've spent my time on Sand Hill Road, which is a very infamous, I'll say, stretch of road in Menlo Park where a lot of the top tier VC firms are. And I've driven down there and I've gone in there and waited in the waiting room and then given my pitch. I've gone back to some of them. I got asked not back on other ones. I spent a lot of time at the Starbucks at the end of that road sharing. And so, like many engineers, because you're trying to go raise money. So I had a lot of experience on how I was perceived from, quite frankly, the most powerful financial people in the world, right? This is Andreessen Horowitz, this was Sequoia Capital, these are NEA, these are huge, huge, multi-billion-dollar VC firms. And what I found is that some of them responded to me in a way I didn't expect positively, and some that I thought would respond well weren't as well. And so my radar was off, if you want to put it that way. What I found, though, is that if I went in with a strong story, because really that's what CEOs of startups, their product is their story, right? Ideally, they're hiring people to build a product that they're telling a story about. So really, the story is, right, what could be, where we're going, the drive to this. If I went in there and had my story down, and I was solid on that, convincing, and I was confident, which you have to be as an entrepreneur regardless of whatever else you are. You're an entrepreneur first, and you want to solve a problem, and you're looking for the right partners to do that. So as I started to change my own mindset and realized that there will be people who are stuck or affected by whatever that are going to treat you differently. That is what it is. I'm probably not going to solve it at that meeting. There are others who I might think will treat you perhaps differently, but they don't. And so, again, scientifically speaking, I'm just going to treat this as a math problem. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to get through all my no's to get to the yeses. Instead of taking the no's personally, just treat them as something to route around. Be resilient. Be like the internet. Route around damage in your routing tables, right? So it helped me to, again, at least for me, it helped me to come to terms to not take things so personally, because it can be personal. It feels hurtful in a lot of ways. If you know that you've got as good of an idea and you're as capable as anyone else, but for whatever reason, you're not getting a seat at the table, or at least the same amount of attention. You know, I think everyone understands to some degree that things could be better, and maybe people have different ideas of what that better is, but I'm sure most of us probably can feel, or have felt in the past, that we could do better as a society than we do today. And so the way I've dealt with that is to really try to do two things. One is to come with a strong story, entrepreneur first, and if they're going to get stuck on some other aspect of me, then that's up to them, right? And it's actually probably not the type of partner I want, because I'm fundamentally looking for people to join me on this journey to succeed in building this product or this company. And if they're going to get hung up on something as little as that, then when the hard problems come, like how do we actually grow our sales force, or how do we actually solve this, technical problem, then how's it going to go? Probably even worse. So it's probably good to not join it now. The other thing I found that's really powerful, and it's one of the reasons why I appreciate you here saying the invitation, is that it helped me a lot to see other women who were leading, right? My mentor, one of my mentors, Louise, her being visible and being cavalier in the way that she approached challenging problems taught me that it's okay. Like, visibility is a form of activism or a form of change, right? And just being visible, showing up. And it's why I try to show up and have talks like this, because I think it's important for other people to see that you can be whatever you are, and you can still succeed in whatever way you want to succeed. And despite some of the setbacks, we can do better. We need to do better as a society. And I mean this globally, right? There's cultural differences, with our counterparts, all over the world watching this. We all live in different cultures, and we have to take that into account as well. At the same time, I think we can do better as humans. And I implore us that we can. I want to challenge that. I think we start making those steps by actually showing up, acknowledging it, and then getting to work. And and I like to think that that's going to start to move things in the right direction. It'll be more than that, certainly. But we each have to do what we're able to do. And so, I think if any of you out there are like concerned about that, whether you're a woman wanting to get into entrepreneurship or you feel like your background would hold you back in any way, show up, have your story right, and do it anyways. Like there's something very attractive to investors and others of someone who doesn't take no for an answer and is going to do it anyways. Like if you pull back, then you're actually kind of reinforcing the problem in a way. And so a way to fight back, perhaps, this is a very probably American concept, is to break some rules and actually do it anyways and prove people wrong. I think that actually goes a long way in helping others understand that there was nothing that was holding you back except for some bias, because you did it anyways and you succeeded anyways. So I guess it wasn't your whatever, because you did it, right? So I don't know. There's a lot more to this, but I feel like those two things really are good takeaways that have helped me a lot in my career.
Thank you for showing up today
Thank you
for us.
I appreciate it.
Now I'd like to transition. Do we have questions from anyone in our live audience here in Reno or on the chat on StreamYard?
Thank you so much, Allison, for your sharing. I personally find you to be a very impressive woman because of your background in engineering, in leadership roles. You're very technical, hands-on. As a recent graduate, I'm also trying to start a software company. And when I do that, I get connected with other young people who try to do the same because we stay together. But I've also noticed that some of my friends who are also trying to do the same thing, very few of them are women, and even fewer of them come from a technical background. And what I try to, personally do is a personal thing. Is I try to encourage them to become technical, because like following the YC model, you should be technical. And any co-founders on the team should be technical. That just makes things easier. And some of the people some of the women friends that I've met, some of them are open to the ideas, but usually there are some challenges. They might be too used to social science background. Usually they are product management or marketing, and they kind of like learn coding as kind of like a side thing. And it's very hard for them to be in it and trying to become a technical person and do a product from scratch. Other times I have people who are I think they tell a great story, but they just like very incompatible with being a technical person, so they cannot do a product from the ground up. And it's a big challenge for these women because they want to build a tech product, but they haven't been able to find a person or a co-founder to do so. That actually happens, I think, more often where I'm from, because I'm from Vietnam, from Asia, and we kind of have this culture where you just need to be a businessman and you find somebody else to build your product and collaborate together. But what I've seen in the US, my friends in the US is they just scrappy and they just try to bootstrap their products from their garage, build the first version before they hire anyone else to try to scale the product. So given these challenges and given your background as an engineering leader, how would you say? I know you mentioned mentorship, the role model. How would you say is how women or your students should approach this? Should they become technical? Should they consider becoming technical? Yeah, I would love to hear your perspective on this.
It's a great point. I think you bring up a really important point. I think maybe rephrasing your question around, instead of saying, how do I help women become more technical, what does it look like to say, how do I help my fellow people become more technical, or my potential collaborators, co-founders? Like, take gender out for a second. What would you do then? If you have a friend who's a man who isn't technical, but is really into startups, what would you do with him? Well, you might say, do you want to learn some? Are you interested in this? Is this something you want to jump into? It might not, like you said, said, it might not be in his purview, he might not be interested in. Really, a lot of the most impressive people I ever worked with are not purely technical, but they're technical adjacent. They're incredible product managers, they're incredible design and marketing people, where they can tell the story so well. They might not know how it's built. They might not know if it's actually using, C++ classes versus TypeScript versus, Rust or something like. They don't know that, but they know what makes a good product. And in many ways, that's what you need. The biggest example of this is someone like Steve Jobs, technical enough, but he still had Woz, who was the one who was writing hard disk drivers, right, and things like that, and squeezing more data out of his 5.25 floppy, right, 5.5, whatever, 5.5, I guess. So my point stands though is that people, regardless of their background, will have a tendency towards technology or not. And so if they do, even if they haven't had the opportunity, they'll usually have an appetite. And so an unfortunate byproduct of this is that we found that often this difference in accessibility to technology happens early on, which is why STEM programs for children is so important, right? And I think this is changing with the culture, but like when I was younger, computers were just coming out, right? And I'm a little bit older, but I remember the modem days. I remember the 368 20 came out, and it was like, man, it took a while to download an image, right? So there was a weird technology there where now, even my own children who are young adults now, my daughter's incredibly technical, teaching me all sorts of things around state of the art with like gaming and Figma design, things like that. She's really into graphic design. There's really interesting things that happen, and I'd like to think that it's changing, but the desire has to be there, is what I guess I'm saying. If you have friends who are women who have the desire but haven't had the opportunity, that's perfect, because then you can help them. You can provide, or you mentor, find a mentor for them. There are more programs than ever for STEM. I don't know how it is in Vietnam. In the United States, there are lots of opportunities, robotics clubs, even like here, even art, things like that, that I sent my younger daughter to, who's 5. We sent her to this, and she had a great time. Lego robotics, who doesn't like Legos? So I guess the point is that if there's a predilection towards that, then help. If there isn't, it doesn't make sense to push. And that's regardless of, again, gender or race or background or whatever. It doesn't matter. The best thing you can do is give people opportunity if they want it as early as possible, and encourage that in your community and elsewhere. I feel like that gives the best bang for your buck, so that everyone's working at their best capability and is able to best provide and have self-fulfilling, results from feeling really good about what they're working on. So they feel like they're centered in that. So I don't know if that's helpful, but I think that would be a good way to pre-gauge before you suggest people get into technology. But it's a great question. I'm glad you're thinking about it.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Allison for being here and giving her inspiring talk. We're going to have a coffee break and then start again with our economic development panel around 10:30 to 10:35. And Dr. Joseph.
Well, I think I don't need the microphone.
Okay.
So he had a little gift for our speaker, and I forgot to mention at the beginning. I should have, but Allison was kind enough to accept our, request to, come to this event. So we, as you all know, that we have a new program under the Osmond Center, the new Aerospace and Defense Academy. And it's a business academy. It's about entrepreneurship around aerospace and defense. So she is technically also a speaker for that academy event as well. So we really appreciate her being here and great insights.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you. I will leave our room for about 15 minutes, and please enjoy the coffee and snacks we have.
Konuş. Rachel, hello, can you hear us? Rachel? Rachel, can you hear us? Okay, tekrardan söyleyeyim.
The OSTİM family. And I would like to recognize before we start the person who actually made that happen. So like it wasn't me, it wasn't Ravi, it was actually Professor Bergeroğlu, who is in the audience right now, like who is the founding professor and founding director of the OSTİM Institute for Global Studies. He was really the one that really took this. Like started this thing and took it off the ground. It's not easy. A university-wide global studies center that focuses on research and community engagement, and of course, through that global engagement as well. We are really thankful to Professor Bergeroğlu for all the work that he did. So thank you, and thanks for being here. And so I'm going to turn over to Ravi Subramanian, and he's a professor at the University in the College of Engineering, and he's the deputy director of the OSTİM Institute for Global Studies. So one last piece of information I'll mention is that Ravi and I, of course, like working together, and there's a little bit different arrangement now regarding the OSTİM Institute. It is under the global engagement umbrella, so it's actually part of the center now, and it is under the provost office. And it's too early to basically say all the things. We are going to continue to basically do the grants that we started, a few years ago, and that's grants going to graduate students and grants going to faculty members. So. This is of course like to the students and faculty in the audience that you're welcome to apply in the future. So we're going to continue on that one, but we're going to add hopefully more things, and Ravi will tell you about the all the other things that the audience is doing.
Yeah, just turn that volume way down.
Thank you very much. Is it necessary for me to use the mic, or
Is everybody online?
Yes, there are a lot of people online.
So they should be able to hear the mic. They don't have to hear the speaker.
The reverb was all the way up, so I think
That could do it.
I'm hoping this will fix it.
So I would prefer not to use this.
Okay.
Can you turn this off?
Does he get close to, need to be close to the camera?
Or acoustics.
Okay, they say the mic is much better, so.
The mic is better.
Yes. What we did was much better by turning it all off, down.
Okay, so we don't need that one.
So we.
Can they hear him talk though without the mic?
Yes.
Okay, good.
That's okay. All right, perfect.
So acoustic.
Yes. How far is it? It's probably in the theater, right, already. Let's see.
It is, yeah, even there. Yeah.
So good morning to everyone here.
Perfect.
And UNA, and good afternoon, I guess, to people in the outside the United States.
It's a great pleasure actually to be here to discuss about the Osman Institute for Global Studies. But before that, let me thank Mehmet and Rachel for having given me this slot for 10-15 minutes to be able to talk about this institute as a part of the CEPIP 2025. It's a busy slide. I've just got 2 slides, so please bear with me here. Osman Institute for Global Studies was established thanks to there's funding from the Osmonds as well as with Birch's insight and vision. I was one of the founding members in that group along with Mehmet and several others. The institute was primarily established with the goal of trying to develop activities in the space of research, education, mentorship, teaching, and all of those things combined in a very collaborative, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary type of a format. And the goal was primarily to start giving University of Nevada, Reno an opportunity to be known outside, either in the form of students traveling from here to different parts of the world, or visitors coming from different parts of the world to University of Nevada, Reno, and participate in exchange of ideas and knowledge. That's been the fundamental bedrock of the vision plan that the provost and the president of this institution had right from the beginning. So this is spoken to that context right from the beginning. And the whole goal of making this thing happen was generously supported in the form of scholarships for both faculty and students. So we have been running about 3 to 4 for the last 2018 onwards, actually, this program every year where we would give a select bunch of students through a proposal mechanism to go and do their research for something in an international location. And that also goes for the faculty. So that would run around somewhere about $15,000 to $20,000, and that's what I'm in charge of when I'm doing as a major activity in the OIGS. What we are trying to do moving forward is, as Mehmet mentioned, we are transitioning into the Chief International Office, which Mehmet is running, is explore the possibility of developing some kind of online education program. So that's what this thing is all about. We are trying to see if we can offer multiple tracks in the areas of energy, environment, and then something that's been cooking is in the area of artificial intelligence and maybe cross-disciplinary topics like entrepreneurship for engineers, entrepreneurship for scientists. So there's been a lot of interest in these things at an international location. I have been working with several countries outside of the United States where many of these topics seem to resonate very well. So we are trying to develop this. Is right now in the drawing board. So we'll hopefully be able to speak more to this in the next 6 months to a year. But that's one of the goals. The other thing that we are also interested is in public outreach as well as issues related to global interest. So public outreach, we do musics. There's some pictures here that was there in Nevada today. We had some artists come from Mexico to participate in some sort of a music event that was organized by the Osman Institute for Global Studies. We did something a few years back called as the Ignite Forum that primarily focused on working with Fulbrighters who are in campus and other kinds of foundations that fund visitors coming to the campus. So we do this once a year where we bring in students who are already awardees of the Osman Institute for Global Studies and then have them cross-pollinate their ideas with students or visitors coming from Fulbright Foundation. So we have got organizations like Northern Nevada International Center, then University Study Abroad Consortium, Office of International Students and Scholars, all of which works together in a very synchronous manner to make these kinds of events happen. So that's some of the main activities that the Osman Institute for Global Studies is involved in. Hopefully there is an opportunity for everyone here, as well as our friends from overseas, to be able to participate. If you have any questions regarding this, I have given this slides, so maybe Rachel can pass it on to everyone. But you have in the bottom, that's my LinkedIn connection, so you can scan it, and you are welcome to connect with me on my LinkedIn platform as well. Thank you very much. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Subramanian. We will invite you to join the panel. I'm inviting each of our panelists to speak for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we will have questions with the panelists. On the panel, we will ask Ravi to switch hats and talk about his experience with the Small Business Technology Transfer Program and some of his entrepreneurial activities. For our next panelist, I would like to welcome Dr. Ron Lemke. Dr. Lemke is a professor and the Department Chair of Supply Chain Management and Business Analytics at UNR. He holds a PhD in Industrial Engineering and Management Science from Northwestern University. His research is in reverse logistics and sustainability. He is the chair of the Standards Committee of the Reverse Logistics Association and got a new standard approved for including multiple pieces of product information in a single 2D barcode called an SQRL code for standardized QR for logistics. He is currently working with leading companies to bring this new technology to customers. Please welcome Dr. Ron Lemke.
All right, thank you. I will try to stay within the allotted time. As you just heard, my background, I'm an industrial engineer, go around, let's make some equations, let's optimize the world, see how to do things more efficiently. I've been working on reverse logistics for a long time. Logistics is getting stuff from where you made it to where somebody wants to buy it. Reverse logistics is stuff coming the wrong way because somebody returned it or it needs to be recovered, whatever, for proper disposal. So years and years ago, a friend of mine and I wrote this book, and I do not speak Chinese, but a friend of mine in China said there were apparently bootleg translations of our book floating around, and he thought there should be a proper one. So I don't speak Chinese, but my book was translated into Chinese. My father was an accounting professor, and one of the few pieces of career advice he ever gave me was, for God's sake, son, whatever you do, do not become an economist. And so, which, I
thought you were going to say accountant.
No. He was very pro-accountant. And I mostly tried to always listen to what my father had to say. But with some colleagues, every month we publish a study called the Logistics Managers Index, where we get 100 to 200 logistics professionals to give us their insights about what's happening with inventory and warehousing and transportation. And we publish this study every month. And it's a diffusion index. There's my economist word for the day. We believe it's a leading economic indicator. And every month it's quoted in the logistics report from the Wall Street Journal and quoted other places. And for example, every month JP Morgan takes our report and basically reformats the graphs and sells it to their people. So that's pretty high praise. As I just mentioned, another area of research I've been working on for a long time is related to QR codes. Every QR code you've ever scanned took you to some kind of website, probably, because the QR code can hold one piece of information. And I'm the lead author on a standard that lets you put as many discrete pieces of information into one QR code as you might like. And this is my techie nerd slide for the day. These little light blue things are little fields that indicate to the app what the next thing is. The next thing is a company name or a serial number or a UPC code, things like that. And it's an ANSI standard. We got an app developed, but it costs money to keep apps running in the App Store, so it's not available right now. But the idea is you could scan a QR code on the back of a TV and pull up information about how can I return this, or how do I fix this, or how do I call tech support, or if it's at the end of its life, how do I go about recycling this, or can somebody come fix it for me? Give people lots of options like that. Or you could have, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4 barcodes on an envelope, you could just have one QR code. I also sit on the Postmaster General's Mailers Technical Advisory Committee. And once in a while I go to meetings in Washington, D.C. about that. And so we had a meeting with the post office about them using this, and the technical people were very interested, but the boss said, don't call us, we'll call you, and nothing ever happened with it, unfortunately. But like, do you really need my phone number on the cover of the envelope? It seems like, no, we should password protect this in a QR code. Or for example, another use that we're excited about this is a person could put just one QR code on the front of a box of strawberry or blueberries, and it would have the UPC, that's the Universal Product Code, the linear barcode you usually scan at the self-checkout. That UPC tells the point-of-sale terminal, these are blueberries, it's 18 ounces, it costs whatever blueberries cost these days. And that's what you're getting right now when you scan that linear barcode. This QR code could have that information, but also have like a lot code. So if Walmart would say use this, Walmart would know that you bought these blueberries with this lot code. If there's a recall on these blueberries, they could just send you an alert in the app saying, don't eat those blueberries, because there's a recall. Another place this is still in discussions with is some folks up in Seattle wanted a way to facilitate the reuse of like beer cups and soda cups. And it's like if you go to a Mariners game and you get a beer cup or soda cup, right now, you know, maybe it's a souvenir one you could take home, but this would be a more substantial one. And when you're done with it, you just throw it in a bin and they wash it and sterilize it and send it back out. But because these would be more substantial, you'd be paying a deposit. And then the way to make, in the old days, if it was a $1 deposit, we just have somebody standing there with dollar bills and you hand me a cup and I give you a $1 bill, and we're not going to play that game anymore. And so these folks are creating a standard for reusable containers, and we just voted last week on what a logo might look like. And they are going to be using our QR codes as part of that project. Working on all this QR stuff led to my involvement in blockchain. This is my animated slide that explains how a blockchain works. Do people want me to talk about how a blockchain works, or nobody wants to know about that? No. Yes, okay. Fantastic. So a blockchain is just a list of transactions. You have this long list of transactions. And every once in a while, you group them into a block. Then you make another block. And then you make another block. And you need to chain these blocks together. So the way you chain them together is you make a little snapshot of this block of transactions. And that snapshot becomes sort of the seed for the start. So we have this list of transactions, and we take this, it's called a hash, the snapshot, and we put this hash with the next block. So when we hash these transactions together, we'll get the new one. That hash will be the start of the next one. It'll keep sort of daisy chaining forward. And the way these hashes work is, if someone were to go in and try to change a transaction and say, no, Ron didn't send me 10 computers, Ron sent me 100 computers, then the record of this transaction would be changed. And so now this hash wouldn't match anymore. And so it's an extremely secure system for storing records, is the way you sort of daisy chain these together. And there's a lot of other things that my friends would tell me are really important that I should explain, but to me, this is really the heart of it. And the other most important thing is that then copies of these transactions are distributed. There's many copies stored everywhere. So if you went in on your server and tried to change the transaction, there's constantly confirmation going out among all the servers, and all the other servers would be like, yeah, that's not what I have. I only have you down for 10 computers, not 100. So it's very, very fraud, hard to do fraud. We're building a project. If you're familiar with Carfax, the idea is it's like Carfax, but for computers. And so sorry I wasn't here, but I had a board meeting of this foundation I'm on the board of called OBADA, Open Blockchain for Asset Disposition Architecture, where we're building a blockchain for tracking assets. And as a result of my involvement in this, we convinced ISO, the International Standards Organization, that there should be a global standard for tracking physical assets using blockchain. And they said, that's a great idea, and I got to be in charge. So like I have a meeting tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock where we're working on this. And in March or April next year, we just got the results. It's been approved. I've got a lot of changes to make, a lot of corrections, but it will be published next year. We're really excited about that. And then the last thing I'm mentioning here on the same vein, the European Union is rolling out something called a digital product passport. And it's the idea that you can scan a QR code and get information about the provenance of this product. Where did it come from? Where did the parts come from? Where has it been since it was made? And so part of that project I was just mentioning, the idea is that if you go to buy a refurbished computer, like you have an aunt or uncle or grandpa or grandma who thinks they need a computer to do Facebook and email, but they don't need a brand new computer. Why not use their first one? And if you had confidence that this had been properly wiped and sanitized and all the virus is gone, buy a refurbished computer. It's much cheaper. And then at the end of its life, you could verify that it was properly disposed of. Because right now, something like 15% of electronics are properly recycled, and all the rest just end up in a landfill somewhere. And we're having all this global tension about critical minerals. But you know what we could do is we could try to just keep all the critical minerals out of the laptops and stuff we have and keep them in circulation. So our project is helping with all that, we hope. But the European Union is creating these digital product passports, and they identified 12 organizations to be lighthouse pilot projects. Again, this is the government of the European Union. And so it's really remarkable that they chose as one of their projects a bunch of Americans. And so that project is called Surpass 2. And so if you get these slides, you can click on this link and you can watch a little 3-minute video of me explaining Surpass on the website. And right now, as one of our pilot projects, I have a friend in Boston who's companies are taking down their solar panels and putting up new ones because the new ones are more productive. But the old ones still make electricity. So my friend is sending them to Ghana, and you can't really see it. This is the big pile of solar panels. And then people in Ghana are like, free solar panels? Yes, I'll take it. And so we can track their usage actually in Ghana. And then in order to make all this work, we need a universal serial number that I don't have time to talk about. That's my email if you want to ask me any more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lemke. We'll invite you to join the panel, and then we will have questions for all our panelists in a few minutes. Our next panelist is Dr. Raphael Kardazinski. He's a serial entrepreneur, mentor, and investor with a proven track record of building and scaling international ventures in healthcare and technology. He co-founded Diagnomatic, a medtech innovator automating quality assurance in diagnostic imaging, and has led its expansion in over 100 countries. Holding a PhD in computer science and an MBA from University of Illinois, with an executive education from Harvard, Columbia, and Cornell, he combines deep technical expertise with strategic leadership. Dr. Kardazinski is now based in Las Vegas. Raphael founded Tech Edge Dynamics, a growth studio helping non-technical founders scale, and Visionaries NV, a platform supporting global companies entering the US market. A dedicated mentor with Startup NV, Founder Institute, and Select USA. He is also the author of Grow Into It, a forthcoming book exploring the real mindset and methods behind entrepreneurial success. And I'd like to invite you to speak for 5 to 10 minutes for our panel.
I was not expecting such a long
introduction. Yeah, so I will talk
Get your
like
slides.
yeah, but I'll be like loosely connected to them, like inspired by the previous presentations. What I want to talk to you about is like more practical approach to internationalization, globalization, also coming to US. I'm originally from Poland, right? I moved here 6 years ago.
Thank you.
Let's check.
Yep.
So I will tell you my story so you kind of like understand. I have some thoughts also that I would like to add to this. As was mentioned in the introduction, my original business is medtech. Like my background is in medtech. I have PhD in computer science, but like a medical computer science, computer vision, this kind of stories. But after college, with my dad, we founded a company now it's called Diagnomatic. It was called Pro Project, and we make sure like when you go to the hospital, that X-ray, CTs, all the diagnostic devices, when you get scanned, it's correct, right? That the image is correct, but you will not get burned by the radiation, and like it has like a clinical substance to it. Like the previous presentation was about like we shouldn't go to global too quickly, right? It's US thinking, right? That's like US thinking is kind of different than thinking in Poland. That's kind of like also what I want to share. That was my realization, but I knew it for a long time. But in Poland we have very high risk averseness. So, and Pavel actually, and I feel like Mehmet also was involved in this research, right? With triple helix with SGH. But what is the first reason Polish companies start to export? Think American. Like, what do you think? Looking for new markets, right? No. In Poland, somebody came to me and asked me for my product from outside, right? You can see the difference in thinking, right? So this is kind of like the risk averseness in action, right? Risk averseness in US is like 30. In Poland, 92 on scale of from 0 to 100. So it's for me it's better to kind of sit on my butt, right? And don't do nothing, not to disturb anything, not to look for any trouble, right? Because what will happen if I go to a new country and it fails, right? I will be to blame. So that's a problem kind of in mindset, right? That's why I think so well in US. I kind of always had like this other different kind of thinking, but I want to go global. I from the start when we were founding the company, I knew Poland is not enough for me. I knew that we want to export, we want to go to other countries, and US was one of the targets we wanted to go, right? And it's also like perspective of the outsider, but it's very hard to enter US market for the company, right? US market is more kind of focused on this kind of relations we have, on networking, on knowing people in person. It's things that work in other countries, and I will show it later, don't work here. So we were trying to enter US market for years. We had distributors in 80 other countries before we had distributors in US. And for us, the breakthrough was when we opened a virtual office in Miami. That kind of opened the market for us because the same companies that were ignoring me before, now when I contacted them as our US office, suddenly they want to work with us. But we didn't have I didn't have much connections in Florida, and I was just like back and then there. It just grew in an organic way, and kind of like that's how I built this company, right? We didn't have funding. Poland, like back then, like it was 2008. We didn't have any VCs, any people that could help us. It was pure organic growth. So what you earn at your day job, you reinvest into prototypes. You build something, you start to sell to people, you get money, you reinvest. So this is how I'm used to build business, right? In a bootstrapping way. I'm not used to like VC funding and investors, right? And I also had like a not good stories with when I finally got into VC investing. So I'm generally more like how was said in the beginning. Alison was talking about it, right? Bootstrapping, self-funding, organic growth.
after mentoring for 6 years also and working with startups here, that's kind of when I'm going back to this organic growth, to self-funding, that's much more effective. So, but going back to my history, and then in 2016, something changed in Nevada, because back when Governor Sandoval, right, now president of UNR, opened Nevada to other countries. So Nevada was kind of starting to diversify, starting to look for connections in different countries, and because kind of a lot of Polish people were involved in the process, Poland was one of the targets, one of the first markets to build those relations, and I was one of the first companies to kind of come up with those relations. In 2019, I came here on a business mission. I was in January, week in Reno, week in Vegas, and I liked it so much. Like I noticed how ecosystem works, how, this is a state of size of Poland, but with 10% of population of Poland. So it's very condensed. It's kind of like, especially here and the same in Vegas, even if it's a bigger city, everybody knows each other. It's kind of feels like a small town. Everybody can kind of communicate very easily. Normally, you need to have like 6 connections to reach someone. Right here is 1 to 2 to get to someone. And I got involved, introduced, to Osman Center back then, to all these guys in Kind Village, right after exits, all this institution we have in the north and south, and I said, okay, like this is an opportunity. And with my wife, we decided, okay, what we could do in Poland, we did. Now let's try US. So we moved in July 2019, and as I said, like I have like a technical background, but I see myself more like a business person nowadays. I'm much better educated and experienced in business realm than in IT. So when I moved here, I got involved with mentoring, right, and like angel investing, because I wanted to understand how this works here, entrepreneurship works here, and it's completely different than Poland. I mentioned about that risk averseness. Also, another problem we have in Poland, at least I think now it's better, but I never was afraid of my competition, of the market. I was always afraid of regulations in my country. I was only thinking like, what kind of like stupid thing will IRS think about, right? How will they like kind of screw us up? So that was like that's why I always wanted to come here, to be like more free from these burdens. And that's a big difference, right? But on the other side, when you think about it, like tariffs and things we are discussing, they are really not a problem for me. I think they are good in a way. Like I was importing things from China, and when I was importing into Poland, I was paying 100%, the amount. So I bought materials, they came, I had to pay double that in total with tariffs. So I'm not kind of like, if it's like 50%, okay, I'm good. It's not 100%, right? So, but this kind of things, like this kind of things build your resilience, right? The problems with IRS, the problems with mentality also. Like mentality, especially in east part of Poland, small city, God forbid you are successful, right? You probably stop. You're probably stealing. You are probably, it's still kind of, back then it was very close to still communist times, right? So it's a different mentality of people, completely different than here. So, but about this kind of things, now, if it's hard for you, I think it's good. If it's something is challenging, if you have to face difficulties, that's good, because it's crucible. It kind of teaches you to be more resilient, to be more. It's easier for you, right? It's like maybe the book Anti-Fragility, right, by Tallinn. It's more about being exposed to difficulties, exposed to germs, and to build resilience. If it's too easy, then suddenly you hit problem, and this will sink you. That's why like the survivability of heart stroke in young people is very much less than older, right? Because when you are older, your heart is kind of like used to working harder. But if you are young and you suffer a stroke, that can really kill you, because you don't have this kind of built-in resilience. So So, like this kind of like being exposed to problems in Poland, like early capitalist times in Poland is good for me. I think that was good because that really shaped us, shaped me, shaped our company to be strong and resilient. So in the US, it's like nirvana in my in my opinion. So when I moved, and what I told you, like that building something from scratch, and that really worked for us. The move here like doubled the size of our company. Since then we doubled in size, and 30% of our global turnover is now US alone. So it used to be 0, now it's like 30%. It's like our biggest market. So it was worth it. It was not easy, but it was worth it, right? So coming to US is always a good idea in terms of market size. But in general, right? As I mentioned, I mentor a lot, but also whenever somebody comes to town and it's international, I'm always invited, and we are talking, right? And I'm sharing my kind of experience, what works, what doesn't work. So I also share this with you, what kind of I learned from failures and successes of other companies. What's kind of the gimme, the trick, how to be successful in the US. So what are the challenges? You don't know, you don't have connections. This market is based on connections, based on relations. It's not about, like I see a lot of people trying, cold mailing, cold calling, this kind of things do not work in the US anymore. They work in Poland, I don't know why, but they seem to be working, but here I never seen this kind of campaigns working, for example. To be successful here, you have to be recognized, and you have to be kind of local. You have to commit to the market. Like after we committed to the market, created office here, and when I moved here, that was really changing for me because all these relations, local relations, research we did at UNLV, but kind of put us on the map. But allowed us to get like standards, right, approved by ACR, right? So that kind of allowed us to be on the market, to be treated seriously. So but universal challenges, I will not. Legal is not a problem. Cultural is not a problem. This is problem because lack of connection, lack of recognition. This is something you practically have to build in person. You have to have those interactions, and this is costly. This is difficult. Market knowledge, you can order whatever research you want. Legal difficulties, you can just order legal company to do this for you. But the first ones, they are challenging in practical terms. So usual problems I see is, I call it fishing across the ocean. So companies are trying to fish across the ocean. They are trying to find customers like, oh, I will email, I will call, cold mailing campaigns, LinkedIn's. This will not work, basically, because this is the thing, like I will find the customer first, and then I will commit to the market. And this doesn't work because US is kind of like Germany. It requires you to be here. If you want to be a credible partner, if you want to have a trust, you should be in the ecosystem. You should have not even like an entity here, but kind of be here in terms of like office, right? To be present on the market for this to work. And this is kind of universal. So the correct approach is to commit first. It may be expensive, it may be cost-consuming, but this is kind of how in practice you can do it. And my story of other companies I work with, kind of confirms this. So how to do it, right? You can be in person, that's expensive and difficult from many aspects, like visas, right? You can hire someone here, also very difficult. Maybe not difficult, but expensive. You can use consultants, but consultants are also expensive, right? So you can look for an agent. I very often see companies, okay, we are looking for agent to sell our products for rev share, right? And it's also very difficult to do this because number of people wanting to work only for rev share is very limited. If you want somebody good, so I was thinking about it because I was talking a lot with those companies, as I mentioned, and I had this kind of realization, right, how to solve this. Because as I said, I was talking a lot, I was advising a lot, but I don't want to do it. I'm not a consultant. I don't want to be a consultant. So I created this platform that is called Visionaries NV, and this is like a gateway to our Nevada ecosystem. So what I'm doing, I'm helping companies from other countries come to Nevada. So when they join our community, they get virtual address in Las Vegas in that Innovation Center, and we sign them up with several chambers of commerce, Reno Chamber of Commerce, Vegas Chamber of Commerce, to kind of make them local. So we have, and then we follow up with warm introduction to the ecosystem. So basically, we help them unite, we help them connect with our ecosystem here remotely. And this is a way to tackle the problems I told you about. Be here, not being here, kind of, right? So in the, I don't know, do I have to convince anyone that the Nevada and Vegas, the Nevada, Reno, Vegas are like a good place for business? I don't think I have to do it.
No, it's a good place
to
switch over.
Yeah, so like this is kind of like a solution, my solution like a startup, right? We had a presentation about how startups are born. Startups are born by solving problems. So I identified problem. This is one of the problems I want to solve with Visionaries NV. We have already around 20 companies that we brought to state, completely different ones, technological, but also we have a company from Africa that is doing solars, and they want to also import some agricultural goods. So it's working for, it's like agnostic when it comes to industry, because the lesson is clear. You have to be here. And also now the market is very difficult. So those relations, those direct relations with the customer, with the market are especially important, because as I mentioned, cold calling, cold mailing is not working anymore. So you have to be more personal. And this is the way to do it, not being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kadansky. And now we have our last panelist for the international trade perspective, Dr. Elliot Parker. Dr. Elliot Parker is a tenured professor currently serving his 4th term as chair of the economics department at UNR. His past university roles include Associate Dean for Undergraduate Programs and Administration, Director of the University Core Curriculum, Chair of the University Faculty Senate, and co-editor of the China Economic Review. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Washington, Seattle. His many publications include Remittance Patterns in Eastern Europe and the World, Tariffs and Trade Deficits in the United States, and the textbook, The Comparative Economics of Global Growth and Inequality. Welcome, Dr. Parker.
Thank you. So, can you get this set up?
Yeah. I have got your slides here.
There you go. So, Ron, I'm the economist that your father warned you about.
Oh, I know.
And so anyways, a little bit on tariffs, because that's what I teach is international trade. And so a little bit about where we are right now. Going back to 1900, right, the average tariff rate was much higher back then, but it was a very different world. The goods we traded were very different. And we collected a relatively high percentage. Now, that dropped basically, back in the teens, peaked during the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, and then really ever since World War II has been coming down. And so now we're going back to a set of tariffs, and we don't actually know where we're going to end up. It keeps changing every week. Understand that tariffs it's not like we have perfect free trade in the United States. We agree with the World Trade Organization to an average bound tariff of 3.4%. But that's averages. There are some with high tariffs, some goods with low tariffs. We have a harmonized tariff schedule in the United States that in 2024 included 100 chapters and thousands of pages, which means that lots of different products have different tariffs. And so we can cope with higher tariffs, right, as long as we know about them. right? And as long as we plan for them, et cetera. But understand that in 2025 alone, we've had over 20 revisions of this document, which means that it keeps changing. And it's hard to make plans when it keeps changing. In April, right, this quote unquote Liberation Day, suddenly we had a minimum 10% tariff, 25% tariff on olives, 50% on steel, retaliatory spiral with China, that got out of control. Then we put it on pause and we backed off. People were saying taco. And then we had reciprocal tariffs that were based on bogus math and misunderstanding of trade deficits. And then we had tariffs on Brazil and India. Now we're talking about adding back on China, and it keeps coming. So let's understand that there is actually a case for some protectionism. I'm not saying, you know, I'm an economist, but I'm not saying free trade is the end all be all. Under the WTO rules, what we agreed to is a certain and binding average tariff rate, but those tariff rates are not uniform. The next thing to understand is when you have tariffs, differential tariff rates discriminate in favor of some products against other products, right? You can't discriminate in favor of everybody. You can't discriminate in favor against all products. It doesn't work like that, right? It's specific, it's not across the board. There are some products that have national security implications. The idea that Taiwan produces our semiconductors, what happens if China invades Taiwan? The idea that we then protect our semiconductor industry makes some economic sense. Some products have spillovers, right? Externalities, economists like to call them, which is that there can be benefits that go to others, right? So they might be worth subsidizing producing this good because it spills over to other areas. Some have a potential for what we call learning curve. That is, maybe we're not that good at it now, but if we can do it for a little while, we'll get better at it, right? This is what Alexander Hamilton argued back when he was Treasury Secretary. He called them infant industries at the time, right? And the hope is that they'll grow up and compete if you protect them as infants. And that is not the button I meant to push. Some products, right, are produced by groups of the labor force we want to discriminate in favor of, certain groups that we want to help, right? So we want to look after their jobs. But understand, every time we discriminate in favor of one product, we're discriminating against another product. So notice what is missing in terms of why you might want to use protectionism, right? What is missing? I didn't say anything about trade deficits, right? Why? Well, tariffs don't actually affect trade deficits. They don't make our trade deficits go away. What they do is they make us import and export less, right? We trade less, we trade more. That's the choice. It's not import less, export more. That's not what they do. They don't generally affect the balance of trade. Now, why is that? Well, economists will tell you demand has to equal supply, right? Accountants will tell you credits have to equal debits. The amount of money flowing in through the foreign exchange market has to match what's going out. And every dollar that we borrow from a foreign country is a dollar they're not spending on our exports. What that means then is that countries that spend more on investment than they save, like us, have to borrow from foreign countries. And that means they run trade deficits. It's really that simple. Countries that save more than they invest will run trade surpluses. So normally, the way this would work is if you have rising tariffs and we're going to be spending, we're going to be buying fewer imports, which makes foreign currency cheaper, which makes the dollar more expensive, which makes our exports more expensive. And that would happen even without any retaliation by the rest of the world. But of course, WTO rules allow other countries to retaliate, and they can be very specific. My wife used to work at the White House, and she would constantly get calls from people in Kentucky saying, can you do something about these high tariffs that Europe is putting on bourbon? And she'd say, well, why don't you talk to your senator? Because that's why they put this on, is because Mitch McConnell was majority leader, right? And so high tariffs on bourbon was Europe's way of retaliating against our tariffs on them. But there is a way we can have tariffs reduce trade deficits. There is a way. If we can get foreign investors to no longer put their money here, but take it out of the country, right? Then we'll no longer be receiving foreign savings and we'll no longer in trade deficits. It also means we'll be paying higher interest rates. We'll have higher inflation for everything. And it means that we'll grow more slowly because we're not investing as much. So be careful what you ask for. Oh, the worst part is what happens if the dollar, people were to really decide to give up the dollar as a reserve currency. Right now, the dollar backs up most other currencies. Most central banks hold dollars. If everybody decides, well, we can no longer trust the US, at what point do they start selling off dollars? And that could be close to catastrophic. So what are the dangers of tariffs? Let's start with a counterfactual. Let's pretend a world that doesn't exist. And that is, suppose Congress were to meet, vote, lay out a tariff schedule, say this is when it's going to be, pass it into law, and we knew what it was going to be, right? They voted for it. Well, understand imported goods only make up about 12% of our total GDP, and maybe 2%. That 2% on the top is services. So maybe it's a total of 10%, which is actual merchandise we import from the rest of the world. And there's a lot of goods that are still exempted through the US, Mexico, Canada agreement, et cetera. So it might be even less. So as much as we think these tariffs will have a huge impact, it's going to impact less than 10% of our GDP. Next thing is realize it takes time, right? We make contracts far in advance, right? We send people overseas to make arrangements. You've got this deal worked out. It may take 6 months or more, for you to really change your behavior when it comes to rising tariffs. So even if you don't know what's coming, that might take some time. Now, tariffs could then be catastrophic to certain firms, right, who have built on this. You're saying you're paying 100% more. If that's a key part, that may just mean you don't do business, right? You run a business in that case, right? Especially if you've got complex supply chains where the goods cross the borders multiple times, this could just really gum that up. Some products will become more expensive. Some products will disappear off the shelf, and some will be replaced in expensive domestic alternatives. Okay. We should also expect, however, our exports to decline over time. This has been known to economists for a century. It's called Warner symmetry, right? The idea that when you drop imports, exports tend to fall. So that's what we should expect too. And the WTO also allows other countries to retaliate against us, which again would push both down. So the likely outcome we would expect would be slower growth in the long run and falling behind technologically. But remember, that was the counterfactual. Now let's talk about the world we're in. We have uncertainty over constantly changing policies. And so what firms are doing is holding off, right? They're sitting on their hands. Why? Well, maybe you're a domestic firm and you had foreign business that was competing with you and you think these tariffs are going to be great, right? Because now you've eliminated your competition. Great. So let's build a plant and produce the product ourselves. Except, wait a minute, that tariff may not be there next month because it goes up and it goes down and then it disappears, right? How do you plan? And if you don't know what's going to happen, not only will you not invest, you won't hire. So you're going to sit on your hands. And what we've seen in the labor market is that firms are not hiring and they're not firing, right? The churn in the labor market is stopping. And that means for new college graduates, what we're seeing is the job market is getting really nasty right now because nobody's hiring. Firms are also holding off on passing on price increases. Why? Because they don't know if these tariffs are going to go away. They don't want to raise prices and have to cut them again because it loses them customers, right? But once they begin, others will follow. Everybody's waiting for somebody else to make the first move to start increasing prices. And when they do, they'll follow too. There is retaliation that's affecting other sectors, right? Las Vegas right now has found their foreign visitation is plummeting. Why? Because Canadians don't like being considered the 51st state of the United States, right? They don't want to come. And so they're retaliating against us in tourism form, and that's going to affect us. Trade deals are being made without transparency, right? There's connected parties that are benefiting at the country's expense. And in some cases, the government or even its representatives are getting a cut, which is not how we do trade deals. And add to it, there's an effort by the Trump administration to take control of the Federal Reserve that will lead to even less confidence in dollar stability. If now the Federal Reserve has to consider the politics of whether what they do is popular with the administration. You probably know this already. I'll make this really quick, but who pays for tariffs? Generally, Americans would pay about at least 2/3 of any tariff, right? So it's a tax primarily on consumers. American firms are doing the importing, they're paying the tax. The question is how long it takes them to pass it on. Many buyers of imported goods are also producers. There's this great story I heard about, well, not great, terrible story I heard about an American company that was trying to compete in the beer keg business. They wanted to produce beer kegs domestically instead of importing beer kegs. So the problem is tariffs on steel drove them out of business. So now we have to import beer kegs because the American firm was the consumer of steel. We would expect, yes, if Americans buy fewer products, that will drive the price down on the foreign market. But here's the thing, we only import 13% of the world's trade, which means our bargaining power isn't as big as we thought it was. Poor Americans will be hit the hardest because they spend more of their money, greater share on clothes and clothes and clothes and clothes and housing and transportation. And they also generally have less savings to cushion them when prices go up. So are they even legal, right? The Supreme Court's going to be deciding on this. Constitution says it's Congress, but Congress has given the president authority under limited conditions. There is the Trade Expansion Act of 62, the Trade Act of 74, and something called the IEEPA of 77. And that's delegated some power to the president in certain special cases. Currently, the Court of Appeals has said the tariffs don't meet these legal conditions, but we'll see what happens when it goes to the Supreme Court. I'm skeptical. So right now, the September data is not available. Why? Because the government shut down. But the August data is available, and what we see is this is what's happened. The blue line is what's happened. Average tariffs right here. You see exports really haven't budged much. Imports did this funny thing. Ahead of the tariffs, there was a big surge in imports. Why? Because many firms saw it coming, right? They're not stupid. They knew Trump was going to do this. So import now, build up your inventories, and then hope it all settles down before you run out. So what we should expect is it takes a little time for this big surge to make up here. So the idea that the effects are going to be imminent when, to a great extent, what we expect is, it may take a couple more months for us to start noticing that excess inventory has been used up. Now, one of the worries, as I mentioned, is what happens if people start selling off the dollar, right? This would normally not happen under higher tariffs. So this is weird. Now, what it's showing is basically the euro, the pound, the Canadian dollar, or the loonie, the yen, the renminbi, the peso, that they've all basically appreciated during 2025, meaning the dollar has gotten cheaper. So they're selling off the dollar. The euro up 14%, right? The pound up 11%. The peso is 10%. Now that's fascinating because the peso was depreciating against the dollar before here, and now the peso is appreciating. So if Mexicans are selling off, the dollar, maybe that's part of a bigger trend. So the worry is, hopefully this won't keep going on, because this could be, if it's a sign that basically the dollar losing its reserve status, that should scare the hell out of all of us. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Thanks. How did I do on time, out of curiosity?
You were perfect.
Oh, thank you. Well,
academics always speak for longer than we say.
It takes me 15 minutes to clear my throat.
Yeah. Well, so I do some consulting work, and I've been working with a company that's, now sitting on a whole warehouse full of European clothes in Las Vegas. So, that's, in entrepreneurship, we always have these one anecdotes, and it was nice to see that reflected in a graph and the whole aggregate that, it's not just them. So I want to thank all of our panelists. We will do Q&A with the panelists as far as what else is happening with the conference. There will be a live broadcast. We are going to switch the screen over in a few minutes to the live broadcast of our international sessions. There will be Dr. Taseer from the Government Sadiq College Women's University in Pakistan, speaking about a synthetic control assessment of industrial policy, the case of heavy and chemical industrialization drive in Korea. There will be a panel session from OSTİM University, and there will be the invited speaker, Professor Izzet Darindelli from California State University, speaking about the autonomous vehicle industry, to regulate or not to regulate. So all of those sessions will be on the live stream YouTube from OSTİM Technical University. We will have that program broadcast here in the Global Engagement Center for people to watch or ask questions on the StreamYard and participate. We will also, our group, will also be taking a walk over to Morrill Hall for a networking reception. Before we completely switch over, we do want to give the audience a chance to ask our panelists questions.
So, hello, welcome back. I would like to invite Dr. Taseer Salahuddin from the Government Sadiq College, Women University, to the stage to deliver her speech titled "A Synthetic Control Assessment of Industrial Policy: The Case of the Heavy and the Chemical Industrialization Drive in Korea."
Thank you very much. Can you people hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, thank you. Give me a minute for me to share my presentation here. Okay. It's my very first time, guys, on the live stream, so I think it's going to take just a tiny bit of time for me to upload this presentation. It's taking place, and as soon as it's done, we'll be starting. Okay, so I hope my slides are visible. So this basically is an idea. During the late 20th century, most of the developing countries embraced the Washington Consensus, a set of market-oriented reforms which emphasized on liberalization, privatization, and minimal state intervention as the dominant development paradigm. But South Korea was one unique country that took a very distinct course, and they relied, instead of relying on laissez-faire policies, they basically pursued the state-led industrialization program and central planning. This not only helped South Korea to transition from from low income country to a middle income, and then developed country route from 1960s to 70s in a very short span of time. So that happened in the time of President Park in South Korea, when they started planning the heavy chemical industry drive. So basically this paper that was done, I have worked on it with Professor Dr. Murat Yolik and Dr. Ali. We were asking this question, that does industrial policy and central planning somehow impact the economic development, or is this really the reason how South Korea actually was able to achieve this strong development path, and especially following the policies which were usually not being followed at that time. So this is one very important question. So basically, we need to understand this, that this presentation assesses the impact of Korea's heavy chemical industrialization drive, which took place from 1973 to 79. And the method that we have used here is synthetic control modeling, in which what we have done is that we picked up data for more than 150 different countries from the world, and then started shortening them down, so much so that we could actually construct a synthetic control which was behaving very similar to South Korea before this heavy chemical drive was introduced in South Korea. And afterwards, we wanted to just compare the growth patterns of the two, South Korea and the synthetic control, to see if genuinely this one policy was responsible for the growth in South Korea. So the findings were that yes, HCI drive raised South Korea's per capita GDP relative to all the counterfactual from 2.4 times, which is much greater than any other country at that time. And its robustness was also checked by placebo testing that I am going to share with you people in a couple of minutes. Okay, so basically the East Asian development narrative and development state concept is that there was a very rapid growth pattern that was seen in East Asian countries, specifically in South Korea. So the debate was that whether industrial policy or factory accumulation, what was basically responsible for this. So HCI became a very good case study where policy-led development was seen, and the evidence we will be sharing in a minute. Data and empirical strategy was SCM, as I have told you. Real GDP per capita in the log form in 2011 purchasing power parity with international dollars was taken, and this was used as our outcome variable through which we compared the two, and we were watching if there were changes to exports and real GDP relationship here. Donor pool were finally 73 countries, and the data was taken from 1960s to 2018. South Korea was like here treated as used as the treatment unit. So in synthetic control modeling, you have to actually divide the data into two separate portions or parts. One was the pre-treatment time period, in which was taken from 1960s, from where the data was available with the WDI. So till 1972, in late 1972, this HCI drive was initiated in South Korea. So we took 1972 as basically the treatment year, and post-treatment period was from 1973 to 2018, for which the data was available in front of us. Then weights were assigned to donor countries to construct the synthetic control, and we used lasso regression to actually calculate these weights. Okay, so what was the goal? The goal was to apply this was to minimize discrepancies from Z1, Z0 matrices to fit the pre-treatment trend, and regularization was done through lasso, as I have just told you. And the software that we have used for this was Skull package in Stata. So most of the donor countries included countries like Australia, Benin, Colombia, Guatemala, India, Iran, Israel, and Malaysia. Pre-treatment fit was that synthetic chorea tracks chorea, like this. These countries, when shortened, actually became the synthetic group, which had a very similar behavior before 1972. And afterwards, we can see, I'll show you graphs to show. So the chorea and synthetic chorea, which was built using the predictors from the growth drivers, and we could see that there were like some differences like population density, etc., etc. But when averages were taken, the difference was not that much. The main findings were that in post 1973, actual chorea diverges positively from synthetic chorea, and the differences are as shown in the screen: 4.5 times, 2.5 times with respect to per capita GDP, which is not a minor, difference. Although the difference declined over years, but still there was a significant gap between chorea and synthetic chorea. You can see this graph. Basically, this dark line on the top is chorea, and the lower one is showing the initial average of the 73 countries. But this is one where he constructed the synthetic control, and you can see that the 7-8 countries that were used to create the synthetic chorea. Now, real chorea is the dark line, and the dashed line was synthetic chorea. And you can see that before 1972, the behavior of both you can say the models were exactly the same, and afterwards the difference between the two is so evident that one can very well understand that the policy was a major reason for the difference between. Had there been no HCI, Korea would not have had this difference from the other countries. So then came the placebo and inference. So what we did was that we did the leave one out placebo test with each country to make sure that the results were robust, and Korea always remained greater than rest of all the countries, making it really very positively, conclusive that Korea did perform very well on the basis of HCI. Or this policy. So in space, placebo was also done. Korea's treatment effect was largest in 73 countries, and differential trend is also shown here. So if you look at this graph, this black line on the top is the Korea's results, and rest of the countries that have been taken as a part of the synthetic chorea are showing the trends which are way below, and none of them even gets closer. Although you can see that this difference between Korea and the rest of the countries is decreasing over time till 2018, yet none of the other countries performed as per GDP per capita growth as Korea did. So SCM shows policy impact, but not the causal channels. You have to be careful while actually interpreting this. And the structural change is that we can see the shift from low to high value added production. Korea, before the high chemical industry drive, was exporting, raw cuttlefish and tungsten and low processed, low value added products, and then it moved towards computer chips and automobiles and this and that, and all the production took towards technology development that happened with the help of utilizing the conglomerates within Korea, which actually played a very effective role in the high value addition, like Hyundai, Samsung, etc. And the related literature also shows that firm level subsidies were provided tax rebates were given, linkages were created with the other, things. So the limitation is that there were data constraints. The data was not available before 1960s. There were some gaps in pre-1990s data for R&D indicators especially. And then there were some unobserved factors which could not definitely be captured by SCM. So pre-treatment fit and sensitivity to the donor pool had to be adjusted accordingly. But that did not impact the actual conclusions of our research, which actually concluded that there was a substantial long-run growth in Korea that we can actually attribute to HCI drive that took place there. And the policy takeaway is that industrial policy and centralized planning can have lasting effects via structural change. Especially two factors were very evident when we were doing these results. One was the investment in the education sector, and the other was investment in the R&D. And the very close linkages and central planning which was done between the education sector and the industrial sector, especially the heavy chemical industry. And we can see that there is this very strong relevance for the East Asia and broader development debates as well. So thank you very much. That was my presentation. If you have any questions, you can ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salahuddin, for your insightful speech. And now we are heading to the next session. The topic of this panel is new industrialization strategies for the 21st century. Our moderator for this session is Professor Dr. Erinç Yeldan from Bilkent University and the University of Minnesota. Joining him on the panel, we have Professor Dr. Ahmet Kesik from Istanbul Beykent University, Dr. Ahmet Tıktık, former Vice President of the Islamic Development Bank. Please join me in the welcoming Professor Dr. Erinç Yeldan and our esteemed panelists to the stage.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, dear students, dear friends, many thanks for being with us this evening. We have a tremendous session, new industrialization strategies for the 21st century. Industry in Turkey, in the region, in the global south, in the developed world, in the global economy as a whole is going through different phases in different geographies, following up different paradigms, different trajectories, and it is a tremendous task, a Herculean effort that we are going to hear from our distinguished speakers, Professor Ahmet Kesik and Professor Ahmet Tıktık, in trying to distill lessons for the global economy at large, for the rest of the 21st century. Servitization of industry is a phenomenon. Deindustrialization, changing of the nature of industries is a different phenomenon. Implications on incomes, on new growth trajectories, patterns of new sources of growth based on innovation, innovative services, where our old paradigms from the Cold War era of the epoch had been transformed. Now, I'm going to give floor first to Professor Ahmet Tıktık, Vice President of the Islamic Development Bank, retired perhaps, but a president is always a president for us. and therefore I am just omitting the concept, Ahmet Hocam, if you excuse me. In this business of ours, there is no retirement. We never allow our colleagues to rest. Many thanks for joining us tonight, Ahmet Hoca. I am going to take no further precious time. The floor is yours. Please attend this session.
Thank you very much, Professor Yaldan. It is really pleasure to see you, to be with you again, once again, after a long time. I'm also very happy to be with Professor Kesik, whom I worked together in the policy-making process of Turkish government. He was the Director General of the National Budget of Turkey. So we had a very wonderful time to have discussions on the resource allocation, especially budget allocations. I always remember good old days. So I thank OSTİM Technical University for this opportunity to invite me on this topic. This topic is a very, I should say, very fresh topic in the sense that nowadays there are various ongoing measures announced by the US, by the China, by the other players in the global economy. So at the beginning of this week, for example, China announced export control of rare earth products who are producing for foreign companies to ask the approval of Chinese government if any foreign company operating outside of China producing any rare earth minerals or magnets, they have to get the approval of China. So then as a response to this announcement of export control, the Trump announced that 100% tariff will be imposed on the Chinese, let's say, exports. So this, I mean, this is ongoing and a very fresh, very dynamic, let's say, discussion on the industry. There is a term describing this situation. They call it geoeconomics, I should say. Geoeconomics, as they define, is the use of economic instruments to promote and defend national interest. So there is a background to this development. As you know, after global financial crisis, we had Brexit in 2016, referendum, and then we had the election of Trump, and then we had COVID-19, let's say, pandemic, which caused supply chain disruption in the world economy. And then Joe Biden elected as a president of America, and then we have last year saw the election of the second term of the Trump. So the background to all this developments is the decline in the industry, especially in US and the West. I can share the total share of the manufacturing employment in US came down from 16-17% to below 8%. So and also after 1980s, there were a new era started in the world economy, giving support to neoliberal economies and the free market economic method thinking. This prevailed, and the producers, manufacturers, they took the advantage of to move the operation to the low-cost countries. This caused a lot of, let's say, the displacement in the jobs, displacement in the towns. So, as a result of the case of frustration, the result has been reflected in the elections. So, to respond to this situation, there is now kind of mixing of geopolitics and geoeconomics to pursue trade policies and to support to have active industrial policy approaches. So this is a background, international global economic background of this industrialization, let's say, attempts and the policy approaches emerging newly. I think this is, if you think of other countries also are trying to gauge to this development, how to react, how to respond in order to secure their national interest, their national security. So this applies to my country, also Turkey, which let's say try to establish industrial based industrial capacity since the establishment of the republic. But there were several phases. Then in 1960s there was a mass industrialization with inward-looking character, but as part of external shocks, there was a switch to, let's say, outward orientation. Then we had the inflationary period, and then we have access to European Union. All these cause a kind of industrial companies, they try to adjust to these external conditions. So a good base of industry has been established in Turkey, but when we look at the technological intensity, although there was a shift and movement from low intensity technology towards middle intense technology, but high tech is rather remained low. Let's say high tech exports of Turkish share is around 3% for the last couple of 2-3 decades. This is important. Let me go back again to the trade tension between US and China, just to finish the international environment. You know, China, after becoming the full member of WTO, has become, for the last 2 decades, has become the center of world manufacturing. Let's say in 1995, share of Chinese export in the world was around 3-4%. Now it's around 16%. Share of total manufacturing value added of China in the world is around 30%. In this sense, China has become industrial, has the industrial hegemony in a sense. But on the other hand, US has the hegemony of finance. So US is trying to undercut the hegemony of industrial hegemony of China by introducing such measures of tariffs and the export bans and the foreign direct investment, let's say, review process, etc. But technological hegemony now is contested. Although China is really trying hard to have the let's say upper hand in the high tech technology, although made some progress, but still not much. So these are the, let's say, the frame of the outside world. Now let me come to the response of a developing country like Turkey, how we have the strategic orientation to the for the 21st century. I mean, we know that state control and state ownership of industry has failed, but at the same time, leaving everything to the market also did not produce optimal results. So I believe there is a need to promote, to support, to have the activist industrial policy, active industrial policy, because once you lose the production base, productive capacity base, it is really difficult to re-establish again. Let me give an example for US. US tried to have the capacity of chip producing capacity in Arizona, and tried to is now trying to invest is investing currently to have the chip production in case China let's say occupies the Taiwan. But the efforts a bit delayed because of the lack of trained and skilled labor in US, because the let's say losing and the displacement of the industrial base, it is very difficult to re-establish. It is challenging, takes time and energy and effort. So my proposal is regarding new industrial strategy is, in my opinion, one of the most important strategic thing is to improving the education performance of the country. I'm saying this because in order to have a, let's say, to move along the value chain, to move along the high-tech side of the industry, you need highly skilled labor, trained labor. When we look at the total labor force, as you know, the share of the those people who are employed people, high school and below, is around 60%. I mean, we have a 33 million, let's say, 33 million labor force. Out of this 33 million, 60% is they have the education status of high school and below. And we have, let's say, 12% vocational school graduates in the total labor force, and only 30% of university graduates. In order to have a say in the high-tech side, we have to really improve our education system. When we look at the education performance indicators of, let's say, OECD's PISA results, we see that our performance is not good. Just give an example. Every 3 years, 15 years old from the secondary education, they participate in this PISA program of OECD, and they have been subjected to math, science, and the reading skills. Just to give an example of mathematical result, the questions are asked 6 level of, let's say, complexity. Second level and below, which is the basic standard, and let's say minimum proficiency level, and 5 and 6 level, 5th and 6th level is the complex questions. Turkish students who passed the 5 and 6 level of questions, complex questions, just only 5%. When we look at Taiwan, it's around 30%. When we look at the Singapore, it's 41%. So this is a very important, let's say, indicator of for the Turkish education system to really work hard in order to improve this result. I can give other examples of the Turkish education system, but because of saving the time, I shall not do it. My second point, one is the improving the education performance. This is very crucial. Second is in the new strategy, we have to have transparent and project-based with monitoring and evaluation components of the industry support. And third, my third point in this regard, yes, we have to support the industry with subsidies, with let's say owned, let's say loans maybe, but this should be done with allowing the companies to have joint ventures with the foreign companies to have, in order to have access to technology and to, let's say, transfer of the knowledge to the Turkish side. So I think almost 15 minutes or 16 minutes passed. So this is my first part of my presentation. If you allow me, I can, let's say, add a few points more. Professor Yaldan, thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Professor Tıktık. That's a fabulous detour. You put us into perspective, and again, I'm going to, for the sake of using our time efficiently, directly pass on Professor Ahmet Kesik. Professor Kesik is Professor of Economics at Istanbul Beykent University, and he is joining us from his home premises, I understand. Ahmet Hocam, the floor is yours. Buyurun.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yaldan. I try to share my presentation. Yes, it works now. Yes. Can you see my presentation?
Fabulous. All is in order.
Great.
Thank you.
Because Üstad Dr. Tıktık, always used to ask us to prepare a presentation if you really would like to, share something. In those good days, I do remember in 2000s. So we had a hello and good time with him. We worked with him harmoniously. I was working for the Ministry of Finance. He was Undersecretary of SPO. It was great days in terms of reforming Turkish public finance system and public financial management system. I am really happy to share, this panel with two great persons, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to OSTİM Technical University and the organizers, of course, the University of Nevada also, for their gracious hospitality and valuable contributions to this distinguished and exceptional conference. I am also sincerely grateful to Professor Murat Yülek, Rector of OSTİM Technical University, for his kind invitation and support in making this meaningful gathering possible. Murat, is always, continually supporting, industrial work, industrial studies in Turkey. Many years ago, we had a book together published by Springer, and it's still, reference for industrial policy as well. And also CEPIP has been placed, I don't know for how many years. I do remember I attended and made presentation in one of the CEPIPs organized by Istanbul Commerce University. It's a distinct honor and privilege to share this session with my esteemed colleagues, Professor Yaldan and Dr. Tıktık, both of whom made substantial and lasting contributions to their respective fields through their scholarly expertise and intellectual depth. So, actually, Ahmet Üstad mentioned very, broadly, the importance of manufacturing and, some diversifications and developments happened abroad in Turkey. I will go, some of the slide faster, just to save the time. You know what I am saying, that manufacturing industry plays a key role by creating extensive backward and forward linkages. I mean, this is the generic one that each and everybody knows. And manufacturing also paves the way for technology driven productivity. Particularly, we've been discussing in Turkey the productivity contribution to the economic growth. In this sense, manufacturing is really important one to be discussed in terms of the contributions to economic growth. It promotes significant learning with spillover effects to other sectors as well. I mean, manufacturing sector has also huge impact on other sectors like agriculture, like services sector as well. So when you enlarge a manufacturing sector, it means that at the end of the day, you will pave the way for enlarging your agricultural sector and the services sector as well. Sorry, okay. Now, I couldn't read the last lines of my slide. Now it's better. I just mentioned about the spillover effects of the manufacturing. For instance, every $1 increase in final demand for manufacturing goods leads to 1.33 in total output in USA economy. Clearly, it's higher than agriculture and retail sector as well. That's why the impact of manufacturing as more than other sectors. That's why it's really crucial. It's not a choice, actually. Industrial policy and expanding manufacturing sector is not the choice, but it's a necessity to achieve structural transformation as well. What we see, Turkey, I believe Turkey has achieved significant transformation over the past century. It might be partially by globalization processes and particularly technological advancements in global economy. That's the case. However, we still have ways to go to the the level that we really would like to be. For instance, average wealth of a Turkish citizen is 30% of an American citizen. It's 70% for South Korean citizen. However, in 1950s, it was reverse. For instance, for a Turkish citizen, it was around 10 to 15%. For Korean citizen, it was around 6.6%. So Korea was far behind compared in this sense in 1950s. Now they are, 2 times higher than what an average Turkish citizen has in terms of wealth compared to the American citizen as well. And as Ahmet Ustad pointed out, we attach huge importance to the national technological production and innovation capacity as well. High-tech technology exports and production structure, we still have 3% high-tech export and production in GDP as compared to the world average, which is 20%. We still stick with 3% for several years. So, what we experience actually what I call it premature deindustrialization. So we are experiencing this one. So we should get away from premature industrialization in any case. Again, Üstad mentioned this in 1980s neoliberalism wave. This neoliberalism wave caused that some, developing countries, including Turkey, has experienced in declining manufacturing share in GDP. That's the case for Brazil. That's the case for Turkey. That's the case for other developing countries. The most dramatic decline in happened in Brazil. So the share of manufacturing in GDP was declined to 10% in Brazil. In Turkey, it's not that much dramatic. However, we are still stick with let's see 17% share in GDP, which is the one we should increase just to get away from this premature deindustrialization. Actually, I still hear from some people around myself saying that we should increase the share of services sector in GDP, which is pretty wrong to my understanding, because we are experiencing premature industrialization share in GDP, and we have to get away from that point. We have to increase the share of manufacturing in GDP just to be able to improve, have technological advancement, increase productivity, increase quality of growth, then high quality growth, then we have to increase share of manufacturing in GDP. This is a must to be able to have technological advancement. Let me give you one example. In early 1970s, U.S. manufacturing, companies and U.S. manufacturing production went to the South Asia. In those days, what U.S. government was thinking that the manufacturing production was going to go to the South Asia, and they were going to keep R&D in U.S. You know what? It did not work, because geographically, R&D and manufacturing should go at one place. This is valid for a company as well. This is valid for a company. I was working for a industrial company for many years in Istanbul, and I experienced the same thing. If you separate the R&D from the manufacturing, even in the case of the country, even in the case of firm, it doesn't work. That's why now the industrial manufacturing renaissance started. Where? In US, where? In European countries, even in Turkey as well. What I noticed, starting from recent 5-year development plans, I see some kinds of policy mix for returning manufacturing sector. Even though I don't see much on the ground, but at least at the policy level, I see return of investment in Turkish case in 5-year development plans. Following the years, Dr. Ahmet Tıktık Üstad, we were discussing 5-year development plan vision. I was not going to tell you which 5-year development plan, In those days, one of our colleagues, one of our director general responsible for industry, he particularly asked everybody, says that at the roundtable discussion, he said that new 5-year development plan should be focused on service industry, services, not industry. So we all, were, did not disagree with him, because again, this premature deindustrialization requires more and more investments in R&D, in technological advancement, things like that. So, I think this is the one we have to really be careful. Conventional industrial policies generally focus on, export promotion and import substitution. I mean, this is the case for conventional manufacturing policies. This is what we experience. However, new industrial policy focus on primarily R&D sectors, technological innovation, knowledge production, and green growth. So the modern manufacturing policies, so because the title of this panel is New Industrial Policies in 21st Century, so new industrial policies, new manufacturing policies focus on these ones that I just mentioned. So not related to the export promotion and import substitution, but R&D, technological innovations, things like that. Let's see the stages of industrialization. We know these 4 stages and where we are. What I believe, we may position ourselves on these 4 stages of economic, development. I guess it's stage 2 and stage 3. Technology adoption and innovative imitation. Some call it innovation. It means that innovation plus imitation equals innovation. So we can, then we transform ourselves from low tech to medium tech production and export stance. However, what we have to do, I believe this premature deindustrialization limited us to move stage 4, domestic, which is domestic innovation. So we need a high value added production and production growth, because if we have high value added production, we go to the production growth. If we have production growth, we go to the higher real wages. So we have to move to the last stage, which is domestic innovation. However, we have to get away again the premature deindustrialization, and we have to move to the new stage. Let's look at real quick figure. Istanbul Chamber of Industry, 500 companies. As Ahmet Üstad pointed out, even these 500 industrial companies, they are the biggest industrial companies in Turkey. High technology share is 7% in last 4 or 5 years in production and export. And so what this figure shows us, these 500 big industrial companies are medium, low technology and low technology production and export concept. This is the fact. So even they couldn't, transmit from medium low to the medium high. The figure shows so. Because this figure is really important for us, because these are the big 500 industrial companies, in the manufacturing sector. Again, let me show real quick a few figures. Then I'm gonna really pass real fast these figures, because I'm gonna get in last 3-4 slides. R&D expenditures are pretty low in percentage to central government budget and GDP, and patent applications are fluctuating depending on the economic conditions as well. And applying patent is not enough. At the end of the day, you have to get the patent. So getting the patent is not enough. You have to commercialize and industrialize these patents. So once you go to the incubation centers and technology centers in Turkey, you will see a lot of R&D projects. You will see really some good patents, but you won't see that much commercialization and industrialization. That's the challenge in front of us. If you can, commercialize these patents, then you're gonna move to the high tech and high value added production. I mean, this is the case. I mean, this is the total factor productivity, TFP's contribution to the GDP, GDP growth. So, this figure covers from 2000 and 2022. In a few words, what it says: during this time, during this term, in many years, the contribution of TFP to economic growth is 0 or minus, except for some years, particularly 2003 and 2007. When you review the Daron's and Murat's paper, as far as high quality growth is concerned, and they came up with the high quality growth years are 2003 and 2007. So this is time. Then after that, except for a few years, our TFP growth and TFP contribution to the GDP growth is 0 or minus. Productivity per worker, you see a steady increase. The simple reason is that if the productivity per worker, has a steady increase, it means that your TFP is not increasing, because companies do not invest in technological advancements and the automation. They just invest in, they just hire abundant workers. If they hire abundant workers, then productivity per worker might go up. So I think, this graph figure is really, really important in this sense. Then it says that, if your TFP is almost 0, then productivity per worker may be increasing. This cost-based competitiveness index, I received this figure from Dr. Murat Üçer just yesterday. I mean, just in a few words, it says that our manufacturing companies are producing more costly than their competitors abroad. So this is the what are the key examples in Turkish industry? I'm gonna go in detail. I'm not gonna go in detail. Each and everybody knows that service and construction led growth and low to medium low technology dependence, SME, productivity gap and weak R&D and innovation ecosystem. Of course, we are doing a lot of things for improving these 4 items. So I have to admit that because I was working for the Ministry of Finance for many years, starting from 2002. Ahmet Üstad, remembers that we touched upon on all of these measures, but it will take time. We moved from low tech to medium low tech, and again, however, it will take time. We have a challenge in front of us, depending on the global changes, global political and economic changes as well. What are the structural weaknesses? Lack of qualified and intermediate workforce that Ahmet Üstad mentioned just before. Branding is a problem because sometimes we are discussing very good champions, very good success stories in Turkish industry, but we have a problem of scale. So we have to scale up. We have to big brand names. We have to have a big brand scales. That's the problem. And failure to join global supply chains. And again, Üstad mentioned, then low compliance with international standards. And, policy priorities, everybody, talks on these policy priorities in an every day. Strengthen coordination between state, universities and industry, enhance productivity and innovation potential, improve entrepreneurial capacity. That one of the panels before was on entrepreneurship, and promote R&D and high value production. Now, there are, I think, 2 ways to to improve manufacturing capacity and manufacturing capabilities in a country. Okay, we all agree, on incentives, investment incentives. I'm going to show you 2 slides, and our participants, starting from tomorrow or today, should discuss with each other which one is compatible with our case. First slide. Let's reform incentives. Again, our incentive packages, our incentive schemes are following these, actually. I have to admit that. Redirect subsidies, new products and technologies that our incentive system have it. Simplify incentive schemes and target sophisticated exports. What else? Support infant industrials. Let me see last word. And technological transition. I'm sure our investment incentive system cover many of them. How about this? How about this? You know, are these incentives, are these incentive packages, are the wrong interventions? Targeted attempts by government to support specific industries, specific infant industries, specific companies are rarely effective in US, in Europe, even in some Southeast economies. Tax breaks, loans, loan guarantees, structuring an industry, you know, are these wrong interventions? How about getting the basics right, which is the right intervention? As again, Ustad pointed out, improving education, specialized human capital, achieving fiscal discipline, reforming tax system, supporting innovation, of course, through incentives, supporting basic and applied research infrastructure, you know, strengthening scientific and intellectual foundations. So, reforming incentives like this, or do we need a right interventions? My last words, you know, I believe we should not be talking about investments in specific technologies. We should be talking about investments, broad technological capabilities. So I think, you know, we have to improve our capability. So we have to improve our ability to drive the car at 250 kilometers without getting any ticket from traffic policeman. You know. So capabilities are more important than talking about specific technologies. Question: manufacturing should receive a special treatment. I believe it's better for leveling the playing field rather than giving manufacturing a leg up on other sectors through right interventions. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you indeed, Professor Keseke, for a very detailed analysis, coming up with policy prescriptions. That's something we usually are good at pointing problems and leave it as such, but you have really completed the storyline, and I am sure our audience and our prospective listeners of this videotape will enjoy and benefit. Now the floor is open for questions, comments, anything from the floor, audience, that you would like to add. I do not know the geography of the environment we are in the two universities across the Atlantic and in Ankara. But if we have an opportunity to entertain comments, please go ahead.
Dr. Yaldan, our national soccer team is playing with, you know, Georgia now. We don't know the result yet. I hope our participants and colleagues join and ask questions, and we all watch the soccer game tomorrow from YouTube.
That's a valid point. There is always competition in life, and we are on the academic side, hoping that we are winning some competitors from the audience now. Thanks for alerting us.
Çay isteyebilir misin Savazane? Çok sağ ol.
Murat Yülek hocam, anything from your side, if you are available, anything you would like to add, chip in to our thoughts?
Hello, Professor Yeldan.
Yes,
I
please go
don't
ahead.
think we have no questions. Professor Yulek also is not here. So
Okay.
thank you very much. I would like to say thank you very much to you and to all our speakers, Professor Dr. Ahmet Kesik and Dr. Ahmet Tıktık for their wonderful speeches. So I think we have no questions at this point.
Okay, well, on behalf of my presenters, myself, I would like to thank you all. This is the first day of the conference. Have a successful endeavors for the rest of the week. Many thanks.
Thanks to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yeldan.
Okay.
Good.
So long. Çok
Good to see
teşekkürler
you.
Ahmet hocalarım.
Sağ ol hocam.
Ahmet Tıktık hocam,
Üstadım
Ahmet
gördüğüme
Kesik hocam.
çok sevindim.
Ben
Emin
de
çocukları
öyle, ben de öyle.
gördüğüme çok sevindim.
Ben de
Gerçekten
öyle.
iki tane
Tek-
çok sevdiğim hocam, üstadım.
Tekrar
Çok mutlu
başka bir
oldum.
ortamda görüşmek üzere inşallah.
Tamam üstad, Ankara'da
Tamam.
görüşürüz ya da İstanbul'da.
Tamam.
İnşallah.
Emin çocuklarla bir araya
İyi
geleceğiz.
bakın kendinize. Sağlıklı kalın.
İyi akşamlar.
İyi akşamlar. Sağ olun.
İyi akşamlar.
İyi akşamlar.
Well, thanks again to our moderator and also to all our speakers. Now we are just going to have a very short break, like 5 minutes. And yeah, 5-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back after this very short break. Now we will continue with our next invited speaker, Associate Professor İzzet Darendereli from California State University.
Thank you. Thank you for making my last name more Italian than it sounds. I'm Turkish, Darendereli. Great to have you. Hi, everyone. I'm joining from San Francisco, currently in a part of a different conference, but it's an honor to be here. I'm an associate professor at California State University. Also, I'm the director for the Smith Center for Entrepreneurship here in California State University. And I'm honored to join here and join this conversation. So today I'll be talking about a topic that's at the intersection of industrial policy, technology, regulation, startups. So hopefully you will find my take on some of these topics beneficial and fruitful to extend the conversations around, again, technology or industrial policy, which are, I think, the main themes of this prominent and important conference. So again, I want to thank OSTİM Technique University, as well as University of Nevada, and all the other constituencies and stakeholders for organizing such an influential and important conference. And I'm glad to be among all you with the others, prominent scholars who are extending and who are contributing towards in this space. So what I will do is, I hope the sound is okay, the video is okay, but I will share my screen if I can, and then I want to start my presentation. All right. Can you see my screen? Can you see the slides? I cannot
Professor,
hear you,
we
maybe.
can see it, yeah.
You can see it, okay, perfect. Right, so I'll be talking about this research that I've been doing for a few years, and this is just the beginning of it, but the main idea, the main driver behind this research is, of course, we are seeing all this heterogeneity in terms of regulating new technologies. It's hard to regulate new technologies. And then to generalize, to simplify, we have seen two different approaches in the US and then in Europe and in other parts of the world, like China is another player, I guess, that we can maybe talk about their different approach. But at least with my experience in startups, investments, and as well as my research and innovation, I'm seeing it's more kind of, the approach in the US is more innovate first, regulate later. And then in practical terms, like let's say if you're a startup in Silicon Valley in the US, you don't need to worry about regulation or regulators or somebody stepped in, somebody from government coming and questioning what are you doing, or like you're not allowed to do this until you reach a certain revenue threshold. I've been told that threshold changes from industry to industry, but maybe it's somewhere around $50 million to $100 million. Like if you're an early player in that industry, there's still some gray area. The regulation is not have set up, which wouldn't restrict you to try new things and innovate. And again, I'm simplifying and maybe generalizing a little bit too much, so I apologize for that. But what Europe has been, and with the European Union, all the Europe has been criticized with over-regulation, more or like regulation first, then innovate later, right? So like there's new space, new technology. What we will do is we won't let the players do anything until we regulate it, right? So, and then maybe it's not the best way for innovation. So that's the main discussion or the motivation behind this paper, this general idea, should we regulate new emerging technologies or disruptive technologies? So that's the main motivation behind this paper and behind this research. And as I said, maybe we can discuss China's approach, where like there is regulation, it's single-handed, and then that regulation is maybe being prescribed together with the state-owned or state-supported tech companies. So it's totally different animal. So maybe there's a third camp that needs to be introduced into this conversation. But today I'm focusing on more the autonomous vehicle industry, autonomous vehicles. And then just to give a quick background on the autonomous vehicles, you have all seen these evolution of the autonomous cars on screen. My favorite was the Night Rider, and then where like they asked all the universities in the US to complete like a full autonomous trip across a desert, like desert in Arizona or something, and then that I think that kickstarted a few things. Research groups started working on it. 2014, the first Google prototype, and then after that, we have seen an increase of like the growth of this industry for sure. And then another kind of a background for the audience, and just to set the things right, there are different levels of autonomous drive, right? So, and then it's also what like it affects what the regulations allow or not. So level 0 is a car or like a vehicle without any autonomous features. So this type of the cars that I like to drive. And but level 1 is that you have some kind of input, like automatic braking. So that's level 1. Level 2 is maybe you have at least 2 automated functions, such as you have automated braking, and then you have maybe lane change that is intervening with the way you drive. Level 3 is these cars, they handle dynamic driving tasks. For example, they might take turns. They might help you to go from point A to point P in designated locations, but still you need to hold on to the steering wheel for some time, or like most of the time. Level 4 is the where we are in terms of the like the most innovation or commercialized innovation, at least what's being introduced in the autonomous vehicle industry, which is these cars, they are allowed, or they can officially be driverless in certain environments. And then level 5 is more the feature where like they can without any driver, you wouldn't have a steering wheel, and then everything is fully autonomous. And then we have seen, of course, this industry growing tremendously, and then it's projected to grow to almost $46 billion. But by 2030, a lot of VC investment is pouring in. We are seeing a lot of startups pouring in, a lot of companies trying and introducing their driverless cars into the market. Any of you have driven in a Tesla or a fully autonomous vehicle? Well, it's scary, like, but at the same time, it's fascinating. And just across the hotel where I'm staying now, like, if you go out, you can call a Waymo, and Waymo is a fully autonomous taxi, driverless car. There's nobody. It just comes in, picks you up, and you can go to anywhere. So it became like a tourist attraction for San Francisco and Phoenix. Now they just introduced in Los Angeles, I guess. So what's interesting with the Waymos are they are claiming that, and then according to their data, compared to regular Uber drivers or taxi drivers, they are seeing less property damage claims and less bodily injury claims. And then I have seen that the driverless cars they don't have any scratches in the bumper like the Uber cars or the regular taxis. So it seems like in certain situations, they might be handling these tasks better than humans, which is scary. But at the same time, there are issues. So something happened, and like a few months ago, a Waymo driverless car, it made an illegal U-turn at a DUI checkpoint. So in order to avoid actually the DUI checkpoint, so the police was enforcing a DUI checkpoint, and the Waymo understood that it was a checkpoint. In order to save time, it made an illegal U-turn. Of course, the cops were there. They stopped somehow the driverless car, but they couldn't cite a ticket because there is no regulation. There is some gray area. They cannot write a citation to the driverless car. So there's some gray area or unfinished, like maybe it's not the regulations around the traffic, following the traffic is not there yet. And then there are some also more critical things that happen in the history of driverless cars, the short history of driverless cars. But just to give you guys like a quick history, at least from the perspective of San Francisco, in May 2014, autonomous vehicle testing regulations were adopted. All over in California, San Francisco granted Cruise and Waymo unlimited commercial expansion. And then what we are seeing in October 2nd, the famous Cruise Panini incident. So in this case, the Cruise car went over, unfortunately, a pedestrian. The pedestrian was not killed. And in fact, the Cruise taxi, the driverless car, was not the first vehicle to hit that person. It was actually another car hit that person first, that biker, and then that biker like fell in front of the Cruise, the driverless car, and the Cruise did not notice that, and it dragged that person for some distance. And luckily, she was saved, but it raised like it was a big crisis for the legislators and the city officials. So the California DMV suspended Cruise self-driving permits. Then they reintroduced the payments, but we know that Cruise have suffered financially a lot from this, and from a reputational perspective as well. They suspended their operations, but it was like one big incident. And then there are a lot of ongoing lawsuits against Tesla and in their autonomous vehicle, autonomous driving like accidents. They are still ongoing. They are still under investigation. So this is maybe the dark side of the autonomous vehicles. So what we are seeing is in terms of, at least in the US, is there's different regulations all over the US, but some important players are saying it would be wonderful for the United States to have a national set of rules for autonomous driving, as opposed to 50 independent sets of rules on a state-by-state basis. Guess what? Who said this? Elon Musk, who is trying to impose like a general rule, general regulation all over the US that would favor maybe Tesla's autopilot feature. What I've been tracking lately is like with the new Trump administration, there are a lot of congressmen or Congress people or the representatives are trying to introduce this autonomous vehicle regulations into a big transportation bill. And then this is where like the discourse is going. So we might see soon like a big general rule legislation or law coming into effect in the US as well. So from a theoretical perspective, and then from all what the literature shows and all the research shows, is we know that when there's a new technology, regulation is slow to catch up with it. So because we know that regulators, policymakers, maybe they are not aware of with the new technology, they don't have enough information, they cannot foresee the consequences, the risks, so they cannot really make the optimal decisions. And the bigger question, the strategic question that we need to ask is either the policymakers or the researchers is, should we regulate a new technology, a disruptive technology, or not? If we are going to regulate it, to what extent should we regulate it? When should we regulate it? The timing of the regulation. So it's, I think, all these interesting questions, and we are seeing that not many research, not many studies are looking at this. The theory with this research stream is new economic geography with the institutional entrepreneurship from an industrial policy perspective, of course. The governments, they play a key strategic role in designing and facilitating the systems. And is safe for the people, the citizens, and everything. And this creates like this space where the regulation, as I said, is gray. There's a gray area. So this creates like an opportunity for what we call institutional entrepreneurship to come in. What we call the institutional entrepreneurship. So basically, I'm looking at this relationship in general, how the industry's policy around related to new technologies or these disruptive technologies emerge. How do they take shape? And then later, I'm also interested, of course, the question that given that this industrial policy have shaped in a way, how does it impact further innovation related to that technology? So, and then, so the first hypothesis that we are interested in looking at with this paper was, I'm looking at all the US zip codes, like different cities, different states. And then what we are seeing is different states have passed different bills related to autonomous vehicles at different times, or some of these states or some of these cities have passed favorable bills related to autonomous vehicles. Some of the cities have passed, like some of the bills failed, not allowing autonomous vehicle testing, autonomous vehicle commercialization, real persons driving in autonomous vehicles. So there is this heterogeneity in the US in terms of like the regulations and how they are being enforced. So the first hypothesis about this mechanism is saying that, look, if there is some already existing innovative activity, some kind of activity going on within the specific location related to autonomous vehicles, then what we are anticipating is there's going to be some lobbying by those players for more favorable regulatory outcomes. So what we are seeing with H1A is when there's like a prior related innovative activity, then it's more likely for a favorable autonomous vehicle regulation or bill to pass. So it's going to be easier to pass. And then in H1B, we are also looking at the time it takes to pass a bill. So for example, we are seeing in San Francisco, a bill is introduced, and then just like maybe 9 days later, it has passed. Maybe in summer in Tennessee, we are seeing that the bill has stayed for 200 days. So again, what we are arguing in the H1B is, when if there's a prior related innovative activity, then it's going to also help that bill to pass faster in that certain location as well. So the second one, with the second set of hypotheses, we are looking at a moderation effect, where whether there's a first mover effect in institutional entrepreneurship or in affecting this institutional environment. So because like if you are a first mover within that location, then you have the advantage of impacting the local legislators, policymakers, decision makers, because you have a tenure, right? So we are looking at the tenure and maturity of that innovation activity and the impact on the policy outcomes. So basically what we are seeing is, if the prior innovative activity is older, then there are more chances for that bill to be passed in that certain location, and then it's going to even pass even faster if the tenure, the maturity of that innovative activity is older in that specific location. So that's basically, in a nutshell, where the research stands. And then in terms of the context, it's the automated vehicles, autonomous vehicles. Player. And impacts further innovation. So more kind of, and I'm seeing in the data, interestingly, is I'm seeing a lot of things like how the political affiliation impacts this research findings, being a Democratic or like more conservative Republican. I'm looking at different coalitions. I'm seeing a lot of herding, fear of missing behavior among different cities that are close to each other. So those are kind of the interesting things that are coming up in my research. So let me stop, if I can, sharing my screen. And so hopefully, I don't know about my internet connection. I just saw the message.
Professor Derele, hello. There was some internet loss, but I think it was fine because we saw many things. There were just little, internet connection. I mean, there were some problems in internet connection, but I think it was fine. So I would like to say thank you to you. So, okay, I think there are some problems with Professor Dereli's internet connection. So I would like to again thank Associate Professor İzzet Darendeli for delivering his speech. Now, this is the end of the first day. And the first day of the Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference has come to an end with Associate Professor İzzet Darendeli's speech. And we hope to see you again tomorrow on the second day of our program that will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow in OSTİM Technical University. And we wish you a good evening. Thank you.